Chapter 489. The price of an alchemy weapon was already ridiculously expensive. A defensive alchemy weapon was even more expensive, not to mention a defensive inner armor. Zi-Chen pointed at the violet gold soft armor with a determined expression. "Let me see." Tyrant's head moved closer to Zi-Chen. Then he saw the description of the violet gold soft armor. It said that it was impervious to fire and water, had super strong defense, etc. Tyrant's eyes lit up. The starting bid was only 200,000 upper grade vitality stones. It was nothing for the two who had just become rich. "I want it too." Tyrant's eyes lit up. "Damn, monk, are you doing this on purpose? You have the strongest defense, and you still want to compete with me." Zi-Chen glared at him. "You have the strongest physique. Aren't you afraid of death too?" Tyrant did not want to give up. "All right, teach me the strongest defense, and I won't compete with you." This time, the two did not fight because Tyrant was determined not to buy it. There were still many things on the list that they were envious of. In addition to refining materials, there were also some life-saving items. These items were obviously prepared for the ancient battlefield. Among them, vitality liquid and various healing medicines took up an entire page. The efficacy of these medicines was naturally strong, but the price was also ridiculously high. Among them, there was a supreme pill that could regenerate broken limbs and a supreme treasure that could regenerate the bones of the dead. "What's in the ancient battlefield?" Zi-Chen asked curiously when he saw that most of the healing pills were on the list. The monk also raised his head and looked at Shangguan Chuanming. Shangguan Chuanming looked at the two and pondered for a moment. He then said, "If someone else asked this question, they wouldn't get the answer they wanted. But since you guys asked, I'll give you a simple explanation. It's an ancient battlefield where humans and foreign races fought. In addition to the things left behind by the experts, there are also ancient beasts and ancient medicines. The value of ancient medicines is much higher than the current spiritual medicines. They can be used to refine many supreme pills with incredible effects. As for ancient beasts, their entire bodies are treasures. Their bones can be used to refine weapons, and their essence blood can be used to refine the body. They can also be used to refine medicinal pills. Their value is no less than ancient medicines, and if one's luck is good enough, they can obtain even more inconceivable rewards. In short, it's a land of treasures. There are treasures everywhere. Of course, there are dangers everywhere. Moreover, those who go there are the strongest cultivators of the Zephyr realm. They can be found all over the southern region. In the past few times, there were Tian-level cultivators. Although it was just a casual talk, Shangguan Chuanming spoke very carefully. He also explained the dangers one by one. "That place is filled with treasures. As long as you can come back alive, you will naturally have a great harvest." Shangguan Chuanming looked at Tyrant and said, "The Buddhist scripture that is being auctioned is said to have been taken from the ancient battlefield." "Since you brought it out from the ancient battlefield, I'll take it then," Monk said. "Idiot, you're the only bald donkey in the entire southern region. No one will snatch it from you." "Don't waste the opportunity now," Zi-Chen said. "When the time comes, people from all over the southern region will go there. The strongest cultivators of the younger generation of the southern region will gather there. It can be said to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Everyone is amazing. You must be careful when you go there," Shangguan Chuanming warned again. Zi-Chen and Monk nodded solemnly. After hearing Shangguan Chuanming's words and looking at the list in front of him, Zi-Chen hesitated. He didn't know whether to choose the defensive inner armor or a healing pill. Monk was also hesitating. His eyes were fixed on anything. But unfortunately, there was only one spot for the two of them. The two of them looked at Shangguan Chuanming again and put on a pitiful look, hoping to get his help. However, the latter just smiled and shook his head. Although he was happy to give them an extra spot, his authority was limited. Moreover, these things didn't belong to the Shangguan family alone. Then I'll take the defensive inner armor. I want the Buddhist scripture. After hesitating, Zichen and Monk spoke almost at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were stunned and glanced at each other. There was anger in their eyes, and a conflict broke out. After that, under Shangguan Chuanming's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them began to fight. In the end, Zichen won. Okay, I'll take it. Zichen pointed at the defensive inner armor. Monk was like a defeated rooster, dejected. Shangguan Chuanming's expression returned to normal, and he nodded. He found that the two of them were really different. Don't worry. You're the only bald donkey in the southern region. Who would fight with you for a stupid Buddhist scripture? After Zichen got the inner armor, he comforted Monk. Obviously, his words didn't work, and it angered Monk again. It was a purple gold inner armor, shining with a purple light. It was said to be made of the toughest scales on the purple gold flood dragon. It was flexible and tough, and there was an energy shield in it. Once activated, it could protect the whole body. The defensive power of the energy shield was very strong, almost comparable to Monk's tortoise shell. Zichen was very satisfied with it. Seeing Monk's eyes turn from red to green, Zichen snorted and quickly put away the inner armor. What? You still want to fight with me? You've got guts, haven't you? After the inner armor was sent over, Shangguan Chuanming also asked people to send over the vitality stones. There were only 2 spiritual rings. One was worth 8 million, which was given to Zichen, and the other was worth 4 million, which was given to Tyrant. But before the two of them left, Shangguan Chuanming walked in. Okay, hand over all the elixir weapons, and they promise not to trouble you in the future. Zichen had received dozens of elixir weapons. This was a huge sum, but it was obviously a huge sum that couldn't be kept. Instead of being targeted by others, it was better to take out these elixir weapons and resolve the grudges. Moreover, Zichen could only fly, so he couldn't refine these elixir weapons. Therefore, under Shangguan Chuanming's stunned gaze, Zichen pointed at his glabella. Elixir weapons appeared one after another, emitting a brilliant light that lit up the whole room. Boom! As soon as the elixir weapons appeared, they went completely berserk. They were like awakened beasts, emitting a terrifying aura that made the whole building tremble. Humph! Shangguan Chuanming snorted and sent out 2 waves of energy to protect Zichen and Monk. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed. As if he was holding the universe in his palm, a surge of energy surged in his palm. The awakened elixir weapons went silent again. The elixir weapons went silent. In the room, screams were still echoing. Zichen and Monk widened their eyes in shock. In just a moment, more than 10 elixir weapons that had recognized their masters had their spiritual sense forcefully wiped away, becoming ownerless. Shangguan Chuanming's strength was powerful and terrifying. Looks like they're still restless. Since that's the case, I'll leave the elixir weapons with me for the time being, Shangguan Chuanming said coldly. He waved his hand and the elixir weapons disappeared. You can rest assured in the market. If anyone dares to trouble you, I'll make them pay 10 times more. Shangguan Chuanming was completely enraged by this kind of provocation. He was protecting Zichen and Monk more than protecting the dignity of his family. But the two still nodded gratefully. With Shangguan Chuanming's words, the two of them could do whatever they wanted in the market. By the time Zichen and the monk walked out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, there were already many people gathered outside the 10,000 treasure pavilion. They had all heard of Zichen and Tyrant's glorious deeds and rushed over. Everyone wanted to see who exactly were these 2 ferocious people who were able to pierce through the sky. It's the 2 of them. They stole the spiritual rings of all the forces. It's just 2 of them. They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How can they be so fierce? Is there a mistake? More than 1,000 people were robbed. Are they the only ones? It's said that they have a pet the size of a fist. It's also very fierce. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, the crowd started to discuss unscrupulously. There were also many cold and hostile gazes. It's them. At that time, I saw it with my own eyes. That fist-sized pet wielded a club and killed a primal core expert who was suppressing his cultivation base. That's right. I saw it too. It was in the tavern, just now. That young man admitted it himself. Around them, there were people who recognized the two. I heard that the two of them came from a barbarian land, but I don't know if it's true. What? You said that they're just two barbarians? How is that possible? All the forces were robbed by two barbarians. That's impossible. Barbarians are a bunch of trash. They don't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. How can they have such strong combat strength? I only heard that they're barbarians, but I'm not sure. But the two of them are indeed extraordinary. They were chased by more than 50 inner core experts and still managed to enter the small world. I also heard that the two of them came from a barbarian land. It's most likely true that they're barbarians. This news was undoubtedly sensational. The barbarians had always been a weak existence, and every time they were mentioned, it would be at the wine table. The barbarians were the laughingstock of wine conversations. But when did such a powerful existence appear among the barbarians? Don't underestimate the barbarians. The barbarians now are no longer the same as before. The current generation of barbarians is even more powerful. It's said that they've established their own force in this area. I know the force established by the barbarians. Although it's small, it's more than enough to protect itself. TSK, no matter how strong the barbarians are, they're still barbarians. What kind of experts can come from a place lacking in resources? It's just a rumor. They're still barbarians. In the past 10,000 years, I've never heard of any experts among the barbarians. Around them, the crowd was discussing without restraint. This made Zi Chen and Tyrant frown. Ning Yun and the others, who had been waiting here for a long time and were ready to cause trouble for Zi Chen, looked even worse. After all this time, they were robbed by two barbarians. Their eyes were spitting fire. They strode forward and blocked Zi Chen and Tyrant. Scram! Good dogs don't block the way. Damn it! Where did these two barbarian dogs come from? Scram! Can't you see that I'm going over? Two barbarian dogs scrammed to the corner. As soon as the few of them blocked Zi Chen and Tyrant, they opened their mouths and scolded, looking for trouble. P.S. Today, I received another call from a scammer. The other party's Mandarin was not accurate, and he had a thick southern accent. In less than 2 sentences, he said that if you have any problems, how much money will be returned to you. This information is very accurate. I don't know where it got it from, but I hope that you won't be fooled. The chances of getting back the money you spent are lower than a pie falling from the sky. Chapter 490. There were a total of 4 people blocking Zi Chen and the monk. They represented 4 different powers, and all of them had extraordinary statuses. Now that they had gathered together, they were trying to cause trouble for the two of them. Seeing this scene, the discussions around them stopped. Everyone looked over with interest, enjoying the show. What idiots! Of all people, they actually scolded the rich barbarians. In the distance, Yukong, who had been chasing Zi Chen for thousands of miles, couldn't help but shudder when he heard Ning Yun and the others' curses. When it came to cursing, they were nothing compared to the rich barbarians. They were the ancestors of cursing, and their cursing skills were known to be unparalleled. The young masters were obviously asking for humiliation by using this method to cause trouble for Zi Chen. Barbarian dog scram. Damn it, damn barbarian dog. Can't you see that I'm going over? Scram. Barbarian dog, your seat is in the corner. Go over there and squat. That's right. That's where you should be. Don't wander around in front of others. Ning Yun and the others laughed sinisterly, their eyes filled with mockery. They had also taken advantage of the loophole in the market and were proud of themselves. When they saw the smug young masters, Wild Wolf and the others put on pitiful expressions. It was as if they could already see the scene where the rich barbarians asked someone to bring over a chair and sat down to curse them. Then the 4 young masters would seethe with anger and run away in a pathetic state like stray dogs. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see the rich barbarians counterattack. Instead, they heard the other party patiently explain, "I'm not called Barbarian Dog. If you must call me Barbarian, then please call me Rich Barbarian. I like that name." This was Zi-Chen's voice, and he explained calmly, "What's going on?" The Rich Barbarian changed his personality. Wild Wolf and the others were dumbfounded. Obviously, the development of the situation was different from what they had imagined. Soon, they knew where the problem was. It wasn't that the rich barbarian had changed his personality, but that his way of dealing with things had improved. After Zi-Chen's words, the 4 young masters mocked him. Their eyes were filled with contempt, and they kept provoking him. They even put on expressions that said, "What can you do to me?" If one had to describe their expressions, it would be that they were asking for a beating. It would be best if they were beaten to death. Faced with the curses and the face that was almost in front of him, the monk couldn't bear it. With a compassionate expression, he closed his eyes. Zi-Chen was surprisingly calm. He lowered his head and looked at his fair and clean hands. "What's wrong? Barbarian dogs, are you not convinced? Look at you guys. Do you still want to fight? This is the market. If you have the ability, then attack. Let me see what you 2 barbarian dogs have." One by one, their mouths stretched out in front of Zi-Chen and spouted malicious words. Calmly looking at Zi-Chen in his right hand, he suddenly sighed. I haven't used the peerless divine technique I created in a long time. I wonder if I've become rusty." Zi-Chen's tone was flat, and his expression was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what Zi-Chen meant. But after a low sigh, a clear sound was heard. "Pa!" Zi-Chen's eyes were calm, but his hand was as fast as lightning, directly slapping half of Ningyan's cheek. The powerful force caused Ningyan to spin around 4 times. He spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 of his teeth. As for Ningyan, he was completely stunned by this slap. The others were also stunned by Zi-Chen's sudden move. "You're rusty indeed. You didn't control your strength well. You should have spun 3 times and spat out 1 tooth." Zi-Chen sighed again. He didn't sum it up seriously. His eyes were full of regret. His words were still calm, but his hand didn't stop moving. After summing it up, he slapped again. His right hand flashed like lightning, and a clear sound echoed in the entrance of the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. This time, Ningyan spun 3 times, spitting out 3 big white teeth. His eyes were seeing stars, and his body was shaking. "Good, this is the rhythm." Zi-Chen seemed very satisfied with this blow. He had controlled his strength well. Then he used it to show the world the divine, face-slapping technique. Clear and melodious sounds reverberated in the surroundings, mixed with the muffled sound of Ningyan vomiting blood, converging into a beautiful melody. Sometimes it was low and oppressive, suffocating to the point of suffocation, and sometimes it was high and exciting, causing one to be unable to help but shout out loudly to release their emotions. You dare to hit people in the market." But before everyone could fully immerse themselves in the scene, they were awoken by a scream. Lu Guan, who had lost a finger, was the first to react. Looking at Zi-Chen, his face was still filled with disbelief. It was as if he still hadn't woken up from the incident in the market, causing the energy surging in his body to slow down by half a beat. "Pa!" Zi-Chen's calm gaze swept over Lu Guan. His gaze landed on Lu Guan almost at the same time as his finger. A crisp sound rang out, and Lu Guan spun 3 times on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a tooth, but the melody he had just played was no longer there. Wow! The people who had woken up were in an uproar. Their eyes were full of horror. In this world, there was really someone who dared to hit people in the market. This was the most direct provocation to the 5 overlords. Is this barbarian crazy? He doesn't even have this little bit of self-control. He dares to hit people in the market. He's dead. It's over. He was too impulsive. He couldn't even hold back such a provocation. The people who were shocked said one after another, "Pa!" But the crisp sound still continued. Zichen hit Lu Guan with a backhand. Lu Guan spun 3 times and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, including 2 teeth. This was a peerless divine skill, which was created by Zichen himself. But unfortunately, the people were too shocked to appreciate it. Without an audience, Zichen lost his interest. So he slapped Ningyun and Lu Guan, which were completely out of place. "You're courting death. Barbarian dog, die." The young man from the Luo family and the powerhouse from the Gong family shouted. The energy around them surged, and they launched powerful attacks at Zichen. The energy of the late stage of the Imperial Sky realm surged and turned into a gust of wind. The people's faces changed, and they all stepped back for fear of being affected. Bang! Bang! The people who had retreated far away looked at the battlefield again. This time they saw Zichen's strength. He easily destroyed the terrifying attacks of the 2 with 2 slaps. At the same time, with a flash of golden light, Zichen appeared in front of the 2. He waved his right hand again. Like lightning, the golden light flashed, and the 2 were sent flying. This guy, he's really strong. No one in the same level can suppress him. Although they had already seen Zichen's strength, Wild Wolf and the others were still shocked. They asked themselves if they were in the same level, they would immediately run away when they saw Zichen. They didn't dare to provoke him at all. In addition to being shocked, Wild Wolf and the others also admired the courage of these young masters. They didn't avoid such a dangerous person, but they even dared to provoke him. The powerhouse from the Gong family and the Luo family were sent flying with 2 slaps. Then Zichen's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Zichen's expression was calm, but under this calm expression, there was a violent heart. He flashed in front of the young man from the Gong family and stomped his foot. He was very decisive. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled and the bluestone floor cracked. The young man's head was stomped into the ground, leaving only his body outside. He's beating people. Help! The barbarian dog is beating people. He's beating people in the market. The powerhouse from the Luo family just got up. When he saw the young man from the Gong family being stomped into the bluestone floor, he was frightened and shouted loudly. Zichen stomped again, and the ground shook again. The young man from the Gong family's head was completely gone, and a deep hole appeared in the bluestone floor. Bang! Then Zichen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the young man from the Luo family. Under the extreme speed, the young man couldn't even dodge. After he was sent flying with a slap, Zichen calmly stomped on him. Boom! Bang! The ground began to shake, and the cracks in the bluestone floor began to spread. The cultivators who saw this scene couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Looking at the barbarian who had been calmly stomping on the young man, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. What kind of person was this? He was about to stomp someone to death, but he could still remain calm. The young man from the Luo family was still twitching, but after Zichen calmly stomped on him several times, he stopped moving. Ning Yun and Lu Guan, who were preparing to escape, were not spared. Under the 2's shocked expressions, Zichen easily knocked them over. Then he continued to stomp on Lu Guan until the latter was at the same height as the other 2. Only then did he stop. As for the pig-headed Ningyan, although Zichen didn't stomp on him, he made his pig-headed head come more violently. As the beautiful melody began to play again, the surrounding spectators' shock didn't dissipate for a long time. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, Shangguan Chuanming calmly watched this scene. From his expression, one couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. "My lord, should we stop this?" asked a primal core cultivator from the side carefully. Yes, of course, said Shangguan Chuanming. Just as the primal core cultivator was about to rush down and cause trouble for Ziqin, Shangguan Chuanming's voice rang out once more. Tell the 4 great powers that the bluestone floor has been destroyed. They will pay 10 times the price. Ah, Primal Core was dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to stop the beating? Go. They will understand, said Shangguan Chuanming calmly. Primal Core nodded and went downstairs. Only now did a faint smile appear on Shangguan Chuanming's lips. He ruthlessly said, This feeling of stepping on someone is really fucking exciting. There were many guards in the market, but they were all watching coldly from the sidelines. No one paid any attention to this matter, just as the crowd was puzzled as to why no one paid any attention to a fight in the market. A few people finally rushed out from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. They were all primal core cultivators, and they were all rushing straight to the battlefield. Just as everyone thought that these people were going to attack the barbarians, these primal core cultivators quickly pulled out the people buried in the ground and woke them up. Chapter 491. His cold words were still echoing, but everyone was petrified. What was going on? The floor had been destroyed, and he wanted them to pay 10 times the compensation. He even warned them that if there was a next time, they would be killed without mercy. Everyone's eyes widened, unable to say a word. If it weren't for the 10,000 treasure pavilions, people standing in front of the 4 young masters, they definitely would have thought they had heard wrong. But clearly that wasn't the case. The 3 young masters who had just fainted, as well as the pig-faced Ningyan, were all dumbfounded. Why was it that the one who had beaten them was fine, but the one who had been beaten had to pay 10 times the compensation? Sir, it's the barbarian dog. It's him. Lu Guan was still in a daze. He shook his head and pointed at Ziqin. Suddenly, he realized he was pointing at a broken finger, so he changed to another one. But before he could finish, he met the primal core expert's sharp gaze. Do you need me to repeat myself? Asked the primal core expert coldly, killing intent surging from his body. The 4 of them trembled and didn't dare speak again. At this moment, as the one who had beaten them, Ziqin stepped forward. In everyone's eyes, this person would definitely be severely punished, since the one who had been beaten had to pay 10 times the compensation. Then the one who had beaten them would have to be executed. Furthermore, this was the market's rule. But as Ziqin stepped forward, the primal core expert took the initiative to open a path for Ziqin to face the 4 young masters. Remember, I'm called Tyrant Barbarian. Ziqin swept his gaze over the 4, his expression cold for the first time. It's best not to call barbarians dogs because, in my eyes, you're not even as good as barbarians. Not even as good as barbarians. Hearing these words, the 4 of them felt a buzzing sound in their heads and almost fainted. Their faces were pale. They had called the barbarians dogs, but now they had been beaten by the barbarians. In other words, they were worse than dogs. They represented the 4 powers, and they were the direct descendants of the 4 powers. If they were worse than dogs, then their own clansmen weren't better than dogs either. After saying this, Ziqin no longer paid any attention to the 4 of them. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings as he coldly said, Don't underestimate the barbarians. The barbarian lands once made the entire southern region tremble. In the future, the barbarian lands will naturally rise. If all barbarians are dogs, then what are all of you inferior to me, a barbarian? Ziqin's words were resounding and powerful. 10,000 years ago, the barbarian lands were still the Everlasting Sect's territory. The Everlasting Sect was the true ruler of the southern region, and they had once caused the entire southern region to tremble. Ziqin swept his gaze around, and everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. No one dared to meet Ziqin's intimidating gaze. Ziqin was a barbarian, but he could beat up a young master of a major power as easily as he could beat a chicken. If someone with such strength could be called a dog, then wouldn't they be worse than dogs? Remember, my name is Zichin, Barbarian Zichin. Of course, you can also call me Tyrant Barbarian. After saying this, Zichun strode away. Wherever he passed, the crowd subconsciously made a path for him. Today, Zichen's name would definitely spread throughout the Bedlam lands. And today, the barbarian who was crowned as a weak laughingstock would truly be viewed in a new light. That was close. Fortunately, we were a step too late. He's simply a jinx. Back when Zichen had robbed 8 major powers, only 4 of them had come looking for trouble. It wasn't that the other 4 hadn't come, but that they had been a step too late. At this moment, looking at Zichen's back, they only felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Zichen had become the first person in the city to break the rules and not receive any punishment. He didn't even receive the simplest of criticism. For daring to make a move in the city without receiving any punishment, for a time, everyone was guessing Zichen's identity. On that day, when the 4 young masters were taken back, the Danyuan experts of the 4 major powers were furious. It was said that they had smashed several desks and roared that the Shangguan family had gone too far. But in less than half a day, layers upon layers of compensation had been delivered to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. Many yuan stones were shining brightly. The 4 major powers lowered their stance and repeatedly apologized. They also promised that the same thing wouldn't happen again. Shangguan Chuanming's anger was finally appeased. This was the rule of the Bedlam lands. Whoever had the bigger fist was right. When you were in the land of the savages, you were hunted down almost every day. You should only have memories of being hunted down and running for your life. Why do you want to protect the land of the savages? Monk Shan asked the question in his heart as he followed Zichin out. I don't know. At that time I was just hot-headed. Zichin smiled and scratched his head. Hot-headed? Zichin always had a calm expression when he killed people. How could you be hot-headed? Monk sneered. Well, I can only say that I'm nostalgic. Now that I think about it, I had many friends and confidants in the barbarian lands. Along the way, I was able to grow so fast because of those people who hunted me endlessly. Moreover, they suffered heavy losses. There was no need to bear grudges. You have a good attitude. The monk walked forward. As soon as Monk left, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He didn't completely ignore what he had experienced in the barbarian lands. At least, he had always engraved the hatred of the extermination of his sect in his heart. I hope you're still alive. Zichen's eyes flashed with hatred. With nothing to do, Zichen and Monk began to walk around the city. Besides waiting for the auction to start, they also planned to see if there was anything they needed in other shops. Now that they were rich, they could buy a lot of things. Monk, don't you want to buy an elixir weapon? The elixir weapons here are much better than yours in terms of quality and power, Zichin said. The elixir weapons they obtained in the outer regions were all refined by cultivators who had just broken through to the inner core realm. The quality was not high, far from being comparable to the elixir weapons here. Of course, the price of the elixir weapons here definitely matched the quality. My combat strength is not above the weapons. Monk shook his head. During this period, the 2 of them went from shop to look for essence liquid. This was a good thing that was very useful for cultivation. The more the better. Moreover, with their current wealth, they could definitely buy a lot of low-quality essence liquid. But in the city, the quantity of essence liquid was not much. Occasionally there would be some, but the price was outrageous. The 2 of them had no choice but to buy it at a high price. Behind the 2 of them, Wild Wolf and the others were also following in batches. After seeing the things the 2 of them bought, they were all shocked. Damn it! How many essence stones do they have? The price of a bottle of essence liquid is even more expensive than inner core realm. They didn't even bat an eyelid and bought it directly. The group of inner core realm experts following them were all envious and jealous. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The other party was just too rich. Soon, Zichen and Tyrant discover problem. That was because no matter where the two of them went, there would be countless gazes staring at them. Those gazes were not the kind of gazes of worship and fear. Instead, they were green and seemed more like greed. It's them. They have more than 10 million essence stones. Yes, and all of them are high-grade essence stones. 1 token for 1,500,000. 8 of them is 12 million. No wonder they bought several shops worth of essence liquid at such a high price. They didn't even frown. When Zichen and Monk heard the whispers, they frowned slightly. Obviously, the news of the token sale had been spread by someone, but there were many false reports. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were greedy and naked. They couldn't wait to rob the two of them. With 10 million high-grade essence stones, there was no one who wouldn't be moved. This was a real fortune. Once they got it, their future cultivation path would be smooth. Oh my God, they have 10 million high-grade essence stones. Even Wolf and the others were shocked when they heard the news. As soon as the news spread, they, who had already made up their mind to rob the two of them, became even more determined. How much is this thing? Zichen looked at an item and asked. 2,000 high-grade essence stones. What? You clearly wrote 1,000. How did it become 2,000? Zichen stared. Oh, sorry, the price just increased. This was the effect of the news. Now, everyone thought the two of them were fat sheep and wanted to kill them. Hey, Tycoon, you're quite famous now. A clear and familiar voice sounded from behind Zichen. Zichen was startled, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He turned his head, but when he saw a tall woman, the joy on his face disappeared. Zichen, you don't have to be so snobbish. You don't see sister, and your face changes. A dissatisfied voice sounded. Shangguan Bing stepped forward happily. Why are you alone? Where's your? Zichen asked. Sister is a little princess now. Naturally, she can't come out. I came out alone to relax. What, are you disappointed? Shangguan Bing looked at Zichen with a playful smile. Of course not. Zichen smiled awkwardly, but such a deliberate expression didn't need to be used on Shangguan Bing. She acted as if they were close friends and said, You're famous now in the market. You beat people here and they didn't punish you. If you want, you can become famous in minutes, Zichen said. But I'm not as good as you. Now, the streets and alleys are all talking about you, and your portraits are everywhere. I just came here and I already heard about you. Aren't you in Chaos City? What are you doing here? The Chaos Battlefield is about to open. I'm going there. I want to take this opportunity to relax. Zichen and Shangguan Bing talked. The monk chose to remain silent. After that, the two of them went to a few more shops. But when they saw the two of them, the prices of all the items had increased by a whole fold. Hee, it seems like it's impossible to buy anything. We can only wait for the auction. You're a tycoon. Of course, you have to go to the auction. Shangguan Bing giggled. The three of them didn't go around anymore. Instead, they returned to the 10,000 treasure pavilion. They didn't expect Shangguan Feixiong to come as well. Zichen went up to greet him, and then asked about Yu-Er. Yu-Er was fine. Shangguan Feixiong signaled him not to worry. During these few days, Zichen and the monk didn't go out. They were focused on waiting for the auction to open. He didn't go out of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, so there was no trouble. Chapter 492. The auction was held in the 1,000 treasure pavilion. This place was large enough to have a place for auctions. There was no need to deliberately announce it, as many forces had come. In the past few days, the various transportation arrays in the market square had not stopped working, and core realm experts were constantly arriving. In order to increase their chances of survival in the ancient battlefield, and to increase their harvest, many experts from the Bedlam lands had rushed here with great wealth. Before the auction had even started, there were already people throwing in 10,000 gold coins. It could be said that there were too many people with great wealth this time. In the end, Zichun and Tyrant, who were comparable to Nouveau Riche, felt uncertain. The auction officially started. The two of them were lucky enough to follow Shangguan Bingshi to a luxurious private room. This was the highest point of the auction, and they could see everything below. This auction was already packed with people. Many forces had arrived, and among them were the 8 forces that Zichen had robbed. When they brushed past Zichen, they were expressionless. Those young masters also did not find trouble with Zichen. As the auctioneer went on stage, she announced the start of the auction. The first item was a mid-grade yuan liquid. Mid-grade yuan liquid. 1 drop can restore all the energy in the body. If used well, 1 drop is equivalent to a life. The auctioneer was a beautiful woman. Her smile was sweet, and her words were charming. A total of 3 drops. The starting price is 30,000 yuan stones, and each increment must not be less than 1,000 yuan. After the auctioneer finished speaking, the auction began. 31,000, 35,000, 40,000, 50,000, 70,000, 100,000. 100,000 yuan stones going once. 100,000 yuan going twice. 100,000 yuan stones going thrice. Sold. 3 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid were sold for 100,000 yuan stones. Such a high price made Zichen and Tyrant smack their lips. Now it seemed that Zichen had made a big profit by buying the violet gold flexible armor in advance. If it was auctioned here, it could probably be sold for 2 million yuan. The second item was a refining material that could improve the quality of a pill weapon. If it was any other time, this material would be the object of everyone's bidding. But today, everyone was here for the life-saving treasures in the ancient battlefield. Thus, they were not interested in refining materials. Sure enough, after a slight increase in the price, the second item was sold at a lower price. The auction continued, and one item after another was put up for auction. Now, the 10th item in the auction is a Supreme Bone Regeneration Pill. It has an unimaginable divine effect. It can reconnect broken arms and broken bones. Even if all the bones in the body are shattered, it can be reconnected within a few breaths. The unmatched bone continuing pill was comparable to an unmatched precious pill. Its medicinal effects were extraordinary, and as soon as it appeared, it immediately stirred up an uproar. Quite a few people's eyes shone with light. After Tyrant and Zichen heard this, their eyes became eager. This was a life-saving item, and there was no harm in bidding for it. The starting price is 100,000 primeval stones, and each increment must be no less than 10,000, 850,000, 200,000. As expected of a supreme medicinal pill, the price doubled in an instant. Name your price. Zichen stared at the monk. 300,000. The monk opened his mouth. He added 100,000 in one go, shocking many people. 310,000. But soon, someone else increased the price. 320,000. 350,000. The price of the Supreme Bone Regeneration Pill continued to increase, and in the end, it was increased by 400,000. This is too savage. The previous pill was only sold for 300,000, but now it's increased to 400,000. There are too many people coming this time. Quite a few of them are from large powers. They've all brought enough wealth. 500,000. Suddenly, an even more savage voice rang out. From 400,000 to 500,000, the price had increased by 100,000. That was the final price for this supreme medicinal pill. Tyrant really is daring. Zichen couldn't help but praise. He had entered the ancient battlefield with the monk. Since the monk had won the precious pill, it was equivalent to Zichen winning it. He was happy for the monk. 500,000 for a broken pill. Truly, the monk's forehead was already covered in sweat. He was clearly nervous and pained. On the side, Shangguan Bing was smiling. She didn't participate in the auction, and from her expression, she didn't seem to have any intention of participating. Following that, the 11th item appeared. It was another mid-grade yuan liquid. Mid-grade yuan liquid, 5 drops per set. The starting price is 50,000, and the increment must not be less than 1,000. Following the auctioneer's bewitching voice, another round of bidding was about to begin. 100,000. This time it was Ziqin who spoke. Everyone was startled by such an unreasonable way of raising the price. Then they began to slowly increase the price. 150,000. Ziqin spoke once more. That increase of 50,000 caused quite a few people's expressions to change. After a moment of consideration, everyone seemed to have made a choice and gave up. 5 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid were sold for 150,000. It was won by Ziqin. Following that, several other medicinal pills appeared. Ziqin and the monk continuously increased the price, but they didn't succeed. On one hand, it wasn't very useful to them. On the other hand, the monk was still waiting for the Buddhist scripture. Just as the monk was looking forward to it, the incomplete Buddhist scripture finally appeared. Next is the 20th item. It is said to have come from the ancient battlefield. It was discovered 1,000 years ago and then brought out. The auctioneer's words successfully attracted everyone's attention. The allure of the ancient battlefield was too great. Everyone couldn't help guessing what was hidden under the red satin. Without keeping everyone in suspense, the auctioneer gave an answer. This is an incomplete Buddhist scripture. Shoo! As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a series of boos rang out. Originally, they thought that it was something good, but it turned out to be a broken Buddhist scripture. This was something that only Buddhist sects would need. Putting it up for auction was simply a waste of space. Furthermore, everyone understood why something from the ancient battlefield would be put up for auction here. The jeers of the crowd were ineffective against the auctioneer. The sweet smile on her face didn't diminish. Although it is an incomplete Buddhist scripture, it has been verified by an ancient figure. This Buddhist scripture may be one of the lost 6 syllables of mantra. What? An uproar broke out. The 6-syllable mantras represented the strongest divine ability of the Buddhist sections. Each word contained an inconceivable power. It represented the strongest divine ability of the martial heaven continent. Although the crowd wasn't interested in the Buddhist scripture, that didn't mean they weren't interested in the 1-syllable mantras. The Buddhist divine abilities were broad and profound. They didn't hope to comprehend them completely. But if they could comprehend the surface, creating their own divine ability wasn't impossible. At this moment, many people's gazes became fervent. Damn it, it's all your fault. Within the private room, Tyrant was infuriated when he heard the introduction of the Buddhist scripture. He grabbed Ziqin by the neck and shook him. It's all your fault. You wasted that space. That's a 1-syllable mantra. I'll take your life, roared Tyrant. Fortunately, Shangguan Bingshi reacted quickly and isolated the room from the outside world. She was also happy to watch this kind of battle. She was constantly cheering for the two of them. You can't blame me for this. Who told it not to be written clearly? Ziqin sent Tyrant flying with a kick, panting heavily. Back then, it had only written a single Buddhist scripture without a detailed introduction. That was why Ziqin had chosen the violet, gold, flexible armor. Of course, that was also because Tyrant had agreed. If there really was a 1-syllable mantra, then let alone Tyrant, even Ziqin would buy it. Just as the two of them were fighting, the auction continued. The starting price of this Buddhist scripture was only 100,000 yuan stones. It was ridiculously low. Since it's a 1-syllable mantra, why is it only 100,000 yuan stones? Asked someone. This isn't a true mantra. It's just a fragment. In theory, it can evolve into a one-syllable mantra. Hearing that, everyone's interest plummeted, but thinking about it, they understood. If it really was a one-syllable mantra, then only a fool would take it out to auction. So the voices that increased the price were much more rational. 130,000, 140,000. The voices were slowly increasing the price. After more than 10 times, the final price was set at 150,000. 150,000 going once. 150,000 going twice. In the box, Tyrant was still complaining about Ziqin. The two of them were still fighting. All right, the Buddhist scripture is about to be sold. Shang Guanbing suddenly said. Because of the sound barrier, they couldn't hear what was said outside, but they could see the auctioneer raising the hammer. Tyrant's face changed instantly. He then shouted, "Wait! 500,000 yuan stones." Just as the auctioneer shouted 150,000 yuan 3 times and was about to drop the hammer, Tyrant's voice sounded. Of course, he had subconsciously shouted this price. His purpose was to not let the auction end early. But who knew that this price was already the highest price? 500,000, good. Is there anyone who wants to go higher than 500,000? The auctioneer's eyes were filled with surprise. 500,000 is actually a high price. Tyrant was surprised. Ziqin was also puzzled. Unfortunately, they didn't hear the explanation of the fragment. 600,000. Seeing that it was about to be sold, a lazy voice sounded. 700,000. Tyrant didn't want to be outdone. 1,000,000. The lazy voice sounded again. Wow. A fragment of a Buddhist scripture was sold for 1,000,000 yuan. Everyone was in disbelief. 1,100,000. But it was obvious that it wasn't over yet. Tyrant shouted again. 1,300,000. The other party continued to bid. He was still lazy. 1,500,000. Tyrant said fiercely. 1,600,000. The lazy voice sounded again. Idiot, stop shouting. You've been played. Just as Tyrant was about to bid again, Ziqin stopped him. You're the only bald monk in the entire southern region. Almost no one wants this. Now that the price is so high, the other party is playing with you. He wants to rip you off. Chapter 493. Hearing Shangguan Bingshi's words, the monk frowned. His crazy impulsiveness turned into rationality. As Ziqin said, he was the only monk in the entire southern region. This useless Buddhist scripture being auctioned here was clearly targeted at him. Furthermore, it was a broken Buddhist scripture. Apart from the monk, it was useless to outsiders. 1,600,000 going once. The hesitant monk did not bid. The Buddhist scripture was about to be sold. In another box, Dan Yuan's forehead was already covered in sweat. He only wanted the monk to bleed a little. He never imagined that the other party would suddenly fall silent and take out 1,600,000 to buy back his Buddhist scripture. This was truly 1,600,000 going twice. Dan Yuan was not confident and felt a faint sense of regret. If he had known that the other party would back down, he would not have increased the price so fiercely. 1,600,000 going thrice. 1,610,000. Seeing that the deal was about to be completed, the monk's voice rang out again. This time it was not firm and was very hesitant. Dan Yuan let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. However, he did not give up and increased the price by another 10,000. This time, the monk did not speak for a long time. When he called out for the third time, he increased the price by another 10,000. Thus, a dramatic scene occurred. The person who wanted to scam the monk was covered in cold sweat and extremely nervous. His eyes were glued to the box the monk was in, listening attentively. As for the monk who was determined to obtain the Buddhist scripture, he was calm and collected. The other factions participating in the auction had clearly guessed something. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the box the monk was bidding in. In the end, the Buddhist scripture was sold for 1,700,000. Dan Yuan did not dare to increase the price again for fear that the monk would suddenly not want it. However, this final price still left people speechless. One had to know that the auction had nearly been sold for 150,000. The auction gradually came to an end. During this time, Zichen bought several sets of liquefied essence in succession. Next, we will auction a true supreme treasure pill. It can bring the dead back to life. As long as you still have a breath left, you will be able to instantly revive and be lively. The auctioneer's words pushed the auction to another climax. This was a sparkling and translucent jade green pill. It shone brightly and had inconceivable miraculous effects. As long as one still had a breath left, swallowing this pill would allow one to live. With such miraculous effects, it was simply a divine pill. The Supreme Treasure Pill's base price was 1,000,000 primal stones. It could be said to be ridiculously expensive. Furthermore, each increase in price could not be lower than 100,000. Everyone went crazy and began to throw 100,000 gold in one go. 5,000,000. Tyrant shouted, looking determined to get it. But soon his voice was drowned out by all kinds of noise. 2,000,000. Zichen's words only caused a small ripple. Everyone went crazy for this life-saving pill. In the end, Zichen and Tyrant looked at each other and decided to join hands. The two tycoons joined hands and became a tycoon. Then they threw away millions of gold. For million, Zichen's voice became a little hoarse, and this wave also came to an end. In the end, the deal was made for 4,000,000. The two tycoons' pockets were almost embarrassed. After the supreme precious pill, the auction reached a true climax. Later on, all types of precious pills appeared, and there were several of them, triggering another great fight. However, there were two people missing. The highest price of the auction was the entry tokens. One after another, the entry badges were auctioned off at sky-high prices, even surpassing the value of a single pill. It was obvious that the great factions were making a final gamble. Heavens, the great factions are really rich. Zichen and Tyrant sighed when they heard the shocking numbers. In this auction, primeval stones were merely a number. When the auction finally came to an end, Zichen and Tyrant spent almost all the vitality stones they got from the entry tokens. They also used the vitality stones they got to buy other things in the 10,000 treasure pavilion. In the end, the two exchanged almost all their vitality stones for items. Their pockets were empty. After the auction ended, the opening of the ancient battlefield was next. Of course, it would take some time because the great factions had to make their preparations. In the 10,000 treasure pavilion, Shengguan Feixiong, who was about to leave, went to look for Zichen. Zichen, if I'm not wrong, your life should end when you reach the core realm. This was the first thing he said when he saw Zichen. His words stunned Zichen. Senior, what do you mean? Zichen didn't understand. If the two of them weren't familiar with each other, Zichen would definitely be angry, who would curse someone to die the moment they entered. You have two kinds of ultimate Yuanli in your body. Although I don't know how you made the two kinds of Yuanli coexist. I'm sure that the moment your Yuanli forms core realm, the two kinds of Yuanli will collide. Shangguan Feixiong stared at Zichen and said solemnly, and if the two kinds of Yuanli collide and can't fuse, they will be destroyed. Hearing this, Zichen frowned. Shangguan Feixiong's words made sense. Ever since he started cultivating the yin-yang chant, the moment the yin and yang energy was not balanced, it would backfire. Although his understanding of the yin-yang energy had been deepening, and he was getting more and more comfortable with it, there were still a few very dangerous backfires in the past few years. Right now, he was only at the spirit origin realm, and the Yuan Li in his body could still circulate freely. But once he reached the core realm and formed the only solid core realm in his body, the two kinds of energies would no longer be able to circulate normally. They would balance each other out, and Zichen's ending would be either rebirth after the fusion or destruction after the explosion. As for your situation, I've checked a lot of ancient books after I went back last time. I found out that there had been similar situations in the past. They were all very powerful, and normal sky realm warriors might not be able to suppress them. But almost all of them would explode and die when they reached the core realm. Shangguan Feixiong looked at Zichen and said seriously, "Today I'm telling you because I want you to be mentally prepared. Before you find a way to solve the fusion of the two kinds of energies, don't break through." With that, Shangguan Feixiong left. "Old Mo, what is going on?" Zichen asked immediately. A bright light flashed, and old Mo's figure appeared. He had a hint of worry on his face. "I wanted to tell you when you reached the core realm, but since Shangguan Feixiong told me earlier, then I'll tell you now. He's right. When you reach the core realm, the two kinds of energies will explode again. By then, you will either be alive or dead." As for what Shangguan Feixiong said, it should be the other people in the Wuji sect who cultivated the yin-yang chant, and the one who went the furthest was at the peak of the flying realm. Old Mo said, "Nothing is absolute. There is still a chance for survival. Even the heavens leave a chance for people to live. It is impossible that there is no solution." After a while, Zichen opened his mouth. His voice was calm, and there was not much emotion in it. When he started cultivating the yin-yang chant, his future was destined to not be smooth. However, reality proved that Zichen's journey had never been smooth. Not bad. Old Mo had a hint of admiration in his eyes. This is not as hard to solve as Shangguan Feixiong said. There is still a chance. I'm not sure what kind of chance it is, but when you return to the Wuji sect and break through, you will naturally understand. Old Mo said, "This is the chance that the old master deliberately left behind. There is only a chance. As for whether you can survive, he was not confident." Zichen nodded when he heard this. Previously, there was no chance of survival. Now that there was a glimmer of hope, he naturally felt more comfortable in his heart. Since there was a glimmer of hope, there might be more chances. He believed that everything depended on human effort. Entering the ancient battlefield is your opportunity. If you can cultivate your perfect body to true perfection, you might have a chance of survival, Elder Mo said again. True perfection. How can my perfect form not be perfect? Zichen retorted. Old Mo shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about the details, but your perfect body seems perfect and full of power. However, it is still lacking. Perhaps there is a chance for it to advance again." Zichen nodded solemnly and decided to enter the ancient battlefield to find a pile of ancient beast essence blood to cleanse his perfect body. This would give him another chance when he broke through to the core realm. All the major forces were ready, and the day of the ancient battlefield's opening was getting closer and closer. The ancient battlefield's entrance was very close to Chaos City. There were 5 overlord forces guarding it together. How many people could enter was entirely up to them. The market Zichen was in was very far from Chaos City. To reach there, they had to go through multiple teleportations. Such teleportations required a high price. The 2 of them were embarrassed and could not afford such expensive teleportations. Fortunately, when the 5 overlord forces were collecting wealth, they were more or less benevolent. Everyone who had a quota token would be teleported for free. Go, but be careful. On this day, Shangguan Chuanming came to send them off. "We will remember Senior's kindness," Zichen said gratefully. Shangguan Chuanming was indeed good to them. "Don't worry too much." Shangguan Chuanming smiled and said, "If you see Bingxi inside, try to help her." "I will." Zichen nodded. In a flash of light, Zichen and the monks' figures disappeared. "They're gone." What should we do? Wolf and the others were dumbfounded. After being stationed for a long time, the hunting team of 50 people had shrunk. This was the market in the depths of the ancient battlefield. The daily expenses were very high. Not all core realm cultivators could afford it. Many people chose to go back. We'll go too. Wolf gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. They're crazy. That teleportation formation is very expensive. The expressions of the others changed. Even Hafing frowned. One last time. Just one last time, Wolf said. To get to Chaos City from here requires a huge amount of purity stones. And even more people were hesitating. Using teleportation portals required high-grade purity stones. They had to exchange for them, and the price was exorbitant. If you guys don't go, I'll go. Wolf looked at Hafing. Hafing, are you going? All right. After hesitating for a while, Hafing finally nodded. Only Hafing and Wild Wolf chose to go. Everyone had formed a team to hunt down Zi-Chin and Tyrant, so they disbanded. Other than the exorbitant teleportation fee, the real reason why they were unwilling to go was because they no longer had any hope of killing the two. Previously, dozens of people could not kill them. Now that there were only a few of them, they might be killed instead. Chapter 494. The teleportation formation couldn't bring them directly to Chaos City. It could only bring them 100,000 miles away from Chaos City. When Zi-Chin and Tyrant appeared again, there were already many people gathered here. The radiance of the teleportation formation was still flashing as figures appeared one after another. Soon, the place was filled with people. There were at least 10,000 people as far as the eye could see. It was like a bustling market. This place was 100,000 miles away from Chaos City. It was a land of freedom without any rules. When everyone appeared, other than those who were familiar with each other, the others were wary of each other and deliberately distanced themselves from each other to prevent others from attacking. In this place, dying would be a waste of one's life. However, everyone's goal was the ancient battlefield. The possibility of a battle happening here wasn't high. However, one must always be vigilant. Many people rushed towards the ancient battlefield as soon as they appeared. They seemed to be in a hurry. Something doesn't seem right. As soon as they appeared, Tyrant felt something was wrong. Seems like some people can't sit still, said Zi-Chin coldly. In this spacious area, more and more cultivators appeared. Many of them came from the same market as Zi-Chin, other than those who flew in the air. There were also many inner Dan cultivators. As soon as they appeared, their eyes locked onto Zi-Chin and Tyrant. Their eyes were cold and filled with naked greed. Obviously, they were coveting the wealth of the two of them. This place isn't far from the ancient battlefield. There are 5 overlords here. Are they really going to make a move? Tyrant wasn't confident. Let's leave this place first, said Zi-Chin in a deep voice. The two of them started to follow the crowd. As they moved forward, their speed became faster and faster. In the end, they turned into 2 rays of light and displayed their extreme speed. Not good. They are escaping. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Just as the 2 of them displayed their extreme speed, there were shouts. Many inner Dan cultivators appeared and chased after the 2 of them. Boom! The void suddenly shook and a surge of energy surged. Then the sky shattered. A dazzling saber light emitted a cold light and slashed towards the 2 of them. Don't stop. Go! Shouted Zi-Chin without slowing down. Pong! The energy vibrated and the saber light collapsed. A crack that was a few hundred meters long appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust swirled in the air. Zi-Chin and Tyrant dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and quickly fled. However, this was only the beginning. A large area of the void began to shatter, and an even more powerful energy attack appeared, sweeping toward the 2 of them. Heaven and earth instantly went berserk as boundless energy surged. Numerous sharp attacks continuously appeared in the sky, slashing towards the two of them. Zi-Chen and the monks' bodies flashed with golden light as they displayed their extreme speed. They dashed left and right, dodging one fatal attack after another. "Humph! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, none of you can leave." A middle-aged man appeared in front of Zi-Chen. The pill weapon in his hand flashed with a cold light. At the same time, a few more figures appeared from the trembling void on both sides of the two. The inner core cultivators behind them also caught up at this time and surrounded the few people in front of them. There were more than a dozen inner core cultivators in all directions. Looking at the dozen or so primordial Dan experts who were surging with killing intent, Zi-Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes turned cold. "We're too late." When Wild Wolf and Black Wind appeared, Zi-Chen was already surrounded. The two of them were helpless and could only watch from afar, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The outbreak of the battle naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people stopped to watch. "Humph, you're too powerful. We don't need to do anything. Someone else will deal with you. Just two barbarians, and they're already so rich. Who else can we rob if not them?" Not far away, the people from the Eight Forces all sneered when they saw the scene. After the previous clamor, they didn't dare to touch the Shangguan clan's prestige again. Now that they saw the two of them being besieged, they decided to stay and watch the show. They're just those two barbarians. Apart from their speed, there's nothing special about them. Among the Eight Forces, each of them had a powerful flying expert. They were the real monsters of their clans. In front of them, Lu Guan and the rest were submissive. Among the Eight Forces, each clan only had 5 spots. As for Lu Guan and Ningyan, they were just there to serve as a contrast. Big Brother, don't underestimate them. Although they're barbarians, their fighting strength is not weaker than a monster from a major force. Lu Guan said carefully, "Oh, you mean they're stronger than me?" The other party's eyes turned cold. No. Lu Guan's body trembled as he quickly explained. "Humph, if they're still alive, I'll definitely kill them when we reach the ancient battlefield. It seems that the possibility of them being alive is not high. Look, they're about to die." Just as they were talking, more than a dozen nascent core experts had already attacked. They were all holding on to their weapons. Their strength was so strong that it exploded in an instant. Facing such a terrifying attack, Zi-Chen and Tyrant could only keep dodging. Although they managed to dodge, they were in a sorry state. Swoosh! Swoosh! Endless golden light flashed around the two of them as they shuttled back and forth among the attacks. Occasionally, they would be swept by the energy and sent flying. You can't even suppress such trash. On the side of the 8 major forces, mocking voices sounded again. The 8 monsters did not put the two of them in their eyes at all. There were quite a number of people who were flying in the sky. They were all true monsters. Even the weakest ones were still geniuses. Although Zi-Chen and Tyrant's performance was extraordinary, they did not put them in their eyes. That's not right. Why aren't they fighting back? They're just dodging. That's the same as their style. Moreover, they didn't take out their weapons. Lu Guan and the others felt that something was wrong after seeing the one-sided battle. Their speed has slowed down a lot. There must be a problem. Could it be? Wild Wolf and Haifeng also found something strange. After chasing them for thousands of miles, they knew the two of them very well. They were not people who would sit still and wait for death. The two of them looked at each other and had a guess in their hearts. Go to hell. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A pill weapon broke through the space and directly smashed onto Tyrant's body. What followed was a loud explosion. Pum! Tyrant's body exploded, turning into a surge of energy. Golden light filled the sky, but no flesh and blood fell. Puff! The saber light seized the opportunity and cut off half of Zi-Chen's body. After a soft sound, Zi-Chen's figure disappeared, leaving only a dim golden light. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed. This is a clone. They know the clone technique. Their real body is not here. Damn it, it's a clone. No pill weapon, no counterattack. We should have guessed it earlier. Exclamations and angry shouts rang out almost at the same time. While the group of primordial core experts was flustered and exasperated, the expressions of the 8 major forces geniuses changed several times. The other party was just a clone, but he could survive for so long under the siege of more than 10 primordial core experts. How could his real body be weak? Such means shocked many of the geniuses. They're there. I see them. They're just ahead. At this moment, exclamations rang out. Someone had found Zichen and Tyrant, who were running away. For a short time, the two did not change their appearance. They were just moving forward rapidly. Chase! The group of primordial core experts' faces turned pale. They shouted and turned into flowing light, chasing after the two. The others followed, closely behind. In just a few breaths, the place that was previously crowded was now empty. In the pursuit, the primordial core experts' speed was getting faster and faster. Looking at Zichen and Tyrant, they were also getting slower and slower. The distance between the two parties was getting closer. That's all. Just as everyone's face was filled with disdain again, several primordial core experts had already caught up with the two. Kill! The primordial core experts who arrived first let out earth-shattering roars and launched powerful attacks. Kill! However, at the same time, Zichen and Tyrant also roared. Murderous intent surged in their eyes as they suddenly charged back. What are they doing? Just as everyone was wondering why they chose to die instead of running away, the battle broke out instantly. Golden light flashed around Tyrant's body as he used his strongest defense. After blocking 2 attacks, he flashed and appeared in front of a primordial core expert. Go to hell! Seeing Tyrant charging towards him, the primordial core expert sneered. He waved the elixir weapon in his hand, preparing to launch a powerful attack. At this moment, he saw the monk's mouth move. He didn't hear what the monk said, but there was a loud sound that came from his heart, almost shattering his heart. This strange wave that came from his heart made him absent-minded for a moment, and his thinking slowed down a lot. Then he saw a flash of sword light, flashing with demonic light, slashing in front of him at lightning speed. As the sword light passed, the primordial core expert saw Tyrant getting further and further away from him. At the same time, he was getting lower and lower. Then he saw a headless corpse in front of Tyrant, who was vomiting blood. His vision turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. Looking at the primordial core expert, who was killed in one strike, everyone present was shocked. A powerful primordial core expert was killed so easily. With the death of a primordial core expert, the battle was not over. At the same time, Zichen also attacked. The long spear in his hand emitted a golden light, piercing towards primordial core. At this moment, primordial core's sword was less than a meter away from Zichen's body. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. Die. A cruel smile appeared on primordial core's face. He was confident that he could pierce through Tyrant's heart with his sword and not let the long spear hit him. The result of both of them fighting with their lives on the line was that Tyrant would die and he would live. The sword light flashed, and a blinding light circulated. As expected, the sword light was one step ahead of the long spear, piercing into Zichen's heart. Ding! However, a soft sound was heard. Zichen's body flashed with a purple gold light, blocking the sword light. Just as the primordial core expert was shocked, Zichen's mouth flashed with a sinister smile. Puff! With a soft sound, the long spear pierced through primordial core's heart. Then a powerful force surged through the long spear into primordial core's body. With a loud bang, primordial core's body exploded, and his spiritual consciousness was crushed by the golden light. In the rain of blood, a primordial core expert, A spirit ring that was not stained with blood, and a shining long sword were in Zi Chen's hand. Another primordial core expert had died. However, this was still not the end. Behind a primordial core expert, the void broke open silently. A tall figure with a pair of blood-red eyes appeared silently, surrounded by black light. Chapter 495. The void broke open, and the demon ape appeared silently. He held the black stick high and smashed it down. Boom! The void was shattered, and there was a loud explosion. Only then did the senseless inner Dan cultivator react. But before he could make an effective counterattack, there were more black lights on his body like shackles. His movement was hindered, and the energy in his body receded like the tide. Pum! The black stick fell and smashed on the head of the inner Dan cultivator. Endless energy poured into the body from the head, and the inner Dan cultivator was blown up. Recently, the demon ape had chewed a lot of inner Dan candies. This kind of wasteful method, like a cow chewing on peonies, finally made his strength grow a little. His combat power became stronger, and when he suddenly attacked, the inner Dan cultivators could not react. A rain of blood and flesh fell from the sky, landing on the ground and making splashing sounds. The surroundings were dead silent. Everyone was shocked. 3 people, 3 attacks, and 3 inner Dan cultivators were killed. Such an easy way of killing shocked everyone. Those monsters who had a look of disdain before now had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were wide open, and the shock in their eyes did not fade for a long time. Such a ruthless and decisive attack not only shocked Yukong, but also the many Dan Essence realm cultivators. Fear appeared in the eyes of even more people. Those inner Dan cultivators who were chasing after them stopped after the 3 were killed. Their eyes flashed with horror, but they did not move forward for a long time. The powerful attack of the 3 had shocked everyone. No one dared to move. It was only when they left with their spoils of war that the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard. Only then did the crowd realize that they did not even dare to breathe loudly just now. As for Dan Yuan, who had previously threatened to kill Ziqin and the monk, he realized that his clothes were unknowingly drenched in cold sweat. The others who had regained their senses realized that they had been stunned just now. Immediately they felt embarrassed. Among them, the Liu family genius snorted coldly and said, "One relied on a defensive artifact, one launched a sneak attack from the dark, and one used some kind of sorcery. Even if he killed Dan Yuan instantly, it's nothing. They're all just a bunch of crooked methods. Indeed, they're nothing much. As long as we pay more attention when we fight, we'll be able to kill them," another freak said. Even more people chose to remain silent because they were still in shock. Among them, there were many primordial core experts who sternly warned their sect members not to provoke the 3 of them once they entered the ancient battlefield. In their hearts, these 3 people had long been linked to maleficent stars. The 2 monstrous geniuses' unbridled comments did not receive much agreement. The 2 of them bitterly laughed and left with their clansmen. However, did they really not care? Looking at their pale faces and slightly trembling legs, it was clear that they did not care. What should we do now? After Ziqin and Tyrant left, the rest of the crowd left as well. Only the 2 of them were left on the battlefield. Heifeng looked at Wild Wolf and asked. The Wild Wolf had a complicated look on his face. After chasing Zhang Xian for so long, Zhang Xian's strength was clearly improving. On the other hand, they were still in the same spot. The combat power that the 3 of them had displayed today was already a serious threat to the 2 of them. If the 2 of them continued to act recklessly and became greedy, they would definitely die. What does the entrance of the ancient battlefield look like? I haven't seen it before. Let's go and take a look, the Wild Wolf said, his voice filled with helplessness. In a trance, he seemed to have seen himself back then. He was just a small wild wolf who was surrounded by many beasts and demonic beasts in the forest. He killed all the enemies along the way and got used to the law of the jungle. That was how he grew to where he was now. In the past, the wild wolf was also strong and arrogant. However, the current him was already in his twilight years. Under Hafing's gaze, the wild wolf sighed. After looking at the ancient battlefield, let's return to the outer region. In the outer region, there were big shots and famous existences. However, in the depths of the chaotic land, where primordial core experts were everywhere, the two of them were so miserable that they could not even afford to sit on the transportation formation. At this point, the two of them had given up on the idea of killing others for their treasures. They had lost their fighting spirit and only wanted to return to the outer region. 50,000 miles away, the experts of the 5 overlords had already gathered. There were more than 100 primordial core experts guarding the 4 directions. The surrounding 100 miles had become a forbidden zone. Everyone who had a token and was preparing to enter the ancient battlefield had to stay 100 miles away. Anyone who tried to enter the 100 miles radius would be killed without mercy. When the ancient battlefield opens, ancient beasts would rush out in the past. I wonder if there will be any this time. Ancient beasts are full of treasures. If I'm lucky enough to get a few drops of essence blood, I'll be satisfied. It's hard to say. Last time, all the major powers were prepared, but the ancient beasts did not appear. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Zi-chan found out that every time the ancient battlefield opened, there would be powerful ancient beasts charging out. The reason why the 5 overlords were guarding this place was to hunt and kill the ancient beasts. Boom! The sky suddenly trembled as killing intent filled the air. Many primordial core experts took out their primordial core weapons. Cold light emitted, dazzling the area. More than 100 primordial core realm cultivators were surrounded by surging primordial chi. Boundless killing intent was released from their bodies. It could be seen that each and every one of them was an austere person. 5 silhouettes appeared in the horizon, and an even more powerful aura surged around them. They flew into the air and stood in the center of the 100 people. Those are late primordial core experts. Exclamations rang out from below. Everyone's gazes became abnormally fervent. The primordial core realm was the same as the spirit origin realm. It was divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, peak, and great perfection. However, the difference between the primordial core realm and the spirit origin realm was like heaven and earth. In the Bedlam lands, there were many early primordial core experts. However, those who could successfully break through to mid primordial core were less than 1 in 10. Due to the rules of the Bedlam lands, there were many primordial core experts. However, only those who could reach mid-primordial core could be considered true geniuses. Even the major powers would want to recruit them. As for late primordial core experts, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns in the Bedlam lands. Every late primordial core expert was a famous figure. As for those above that, great perfection primordial core experts were even rarer. Those above the primordial core realm were rare in the entire Bedlam lands. Perhaps only the overlord powers had them. The appearance of the 5 late primordial core experts caused a huge commotion. The 5 stood in the air and sent out beams of energy into the air. The 5 beams of energy struck a certain spot in the air, instantly causing a commotion. Following that, the sky started to shatter and huge cracks appeared. Attack! After a loud shout, the 100 primordial core experts in the surroundings moved as well. The elixir weapons in their hands surged, and they instantly soared into the sky, turning into beams of cold light and shooting into the sky. In an instant, holes appeared in the sky, like a sieve being pierced through. The cracks extended, and an even larger black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole was 1 kilometer wide. Chaotic space surged within it, and destructive energy could be seen wreaking havoc within. What is this? Just as Zi-chan was trying to figure out what was going on, A crazy energy surged out of the black hole. The entire chaotic space started to tremble, as if something was about to charge out. Once the time limit of 1,000 years is up, the ancient battlefield will automatically appear. However, it requires the correct coordinates. For chaotic space to appear, it seems the ancient battlefield has appeared once more. An expert who had lived for over 1,000 years said from the crowd. The other elders all nodded in agreement. The 5 late primordial core experts clearly had joy on their faces. Light flashed from their bodies, and an item appeared. It was a simple and unadorned medallion. It looked like it had been carved from stone, and there were fine lines carved into it. The stone medallion wasn't complete. Furthermore, there were cracks in it, as if it could shatter at any moment. This is a stone medallion. 1,000 years ago, it looked like it was about to fall apart. 1,000 years later, it's still like this, said an elder. Che, not to mention 1,000 years. I heard that it was like this even 10,000 years ago. The cracks in the stone medallion spread, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, it contained some kind of power. After the 5 experts threw it out, the surface of the stone medallion glowed, as if it was an ancient object that had been revived. The lines on it also started to glow. After that, the 5 stone medallions flew into the sky, stabilizing the space. The huge black hole in the sky stopped recovering, and the chaotic space within the black hole also stopped moving. It instantly became quiet. Looking at all this, Zi Chen's eyes were filled with shock. To be able to stabilize the space and stop the chaotic space, this stone medallion was definitely a rare treasure. A pitch-black whirlpool appeared from the chaotic space. It then slowly expanded, forming a tunnel that extended downwards. It's open, it's open. The ancient battlefield has opened. The ancient battlefield that appears once every 1,000 years has opened again. I wonder who will be the real winner this time. Seeing the pitch-black tunnel, the crowd exclaimed. However, more people were still staring at the tunnel. This was because when the tunnel opened, ancient beasts would appear. These beasts were all treasures. However, it was a pity that the ancient beasts did not appear even when the tunnel was formed. Is it gone? The crowd sighed. They were all extremely disappointed, especially the 5 late-stage primal core experts. They shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. The ancient battlefield would close by itself every time. The stone medallions would only return when it closed. They could not take it away now. Just as they were about to leave, something strange happened. Boom! The 5 stone medallions that stabilized the space suddenly trembled. The light around them dimmed for a moment. In the tunnel that had just stabilized, a powerful energy surged. This energy appeared from the black hole and extended downwards. The 5 late-stage primal core experts were below. After feeling this energy, their expressions changed drastically and they immediately dodged. The pitch-black energy fell from the sky, directly landing on one of the late-stage primal core experts. At the critical moment, he could only take out his elixir weapon and activate the energy in his body to resist. However, when the black energy landed on him, the primal core expert and his elixir weapon disappeared bit by bit, directly turning into dust. Boom! Chapter 496. The sudden change was out of everyone's expectations. After a late primal core expert died, the black energy continued to surge toward the primal core experts guarding the outer perimeter. The same scene appeared once more. Any expert that was swept by the black energy would instantly turn to dust and disappear. This black energy was very fast. No one could dodge it. As long as they were swept by it, many primal core experts seemed to be frozen in place and then directly dissipated. This is spatial turbulence. True spatial turbulence. In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. This black energy wasn't man-made. It was the energy of the chaotic flow of space. It was the true chaotic flow of space. It was extremely terrifying. Shirling only trembled for a moment before returning to normal. The violent spatial turbulence had only leaked out a sliver of spatial energy. However, this sliver of energy was actually so terrifying that it had silently killed a late-stage primal core realm expert and more than 10 early-stage primal core realm experts. The black energy slowly dissipated, but it wasn't over yet. A huge beast claw suddenly appeared in the newly formed spatial channel. It was like a millstone, and it slammed toward a late primal core expert. The late primal core expert did his best to block. His pale weapon shone resplendently as it struck the beast claw. Clang! Sparks flew as the pale weapon collided with the beast claw. The beast claw was comparable to refined metal, and it forcibly sent the pale weapon flying. At the same time, the late primal core expert was also sent flying, coughing up blood. Boom! The claw landed in the void as if it had landed on solid ground. It caused the sky to tremble, and then a large area of the void shattered. As cracks spread, spatial ripples spread. Even more primal core experts were sent flying, and quite a few pale weapons were knocked out of their hands. This is an ancient beast. An ancient beast has really appeared. But this ancient beast is too strong. In the distance, the shocked crowd was dumbfounded once more. The ancient beast hadn't appeared yet. Just a single claw was enough to send a late primal core expert flying. If its true body appeared, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Boom! The void shattered once more, and the ancient beast's other claw appeared in the channel. With such power, everyone retreated to avoid being affected. Zi-Chin and the monk also retreated. The devil ape also poked its head out of Zi-Chen's chest. 2 beast claws appeared, followed by a head. This head was comparable to a small mountain. It forcibly squeezed out of the black tunnel. This was the head of a wolf, ferocious and terrifying. On its forehead, there was a single horn that emitted a cold light, like a sharp sword that could reach the heavens. Its eyes were as red as blood and emitted a bloodthirsty light. After the wolf head squeezed out of the tunnel, a tyrannical aura surged. Its bloodthirsty eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. It was a one-horned wolf. The back half of the wolf's body also squeezed out of the tunnel. It stood in the air like a mountain peak. Its aura was violent, and endless killing intent surged as it looked down at everyone. This was an ancient beast. Its entire body was filled with treasures, and yet it was incomparably powerful. Even though there were more than 100 core essences surrounding it, and pale weapons glittered, it didn't fear them. Bastard Die, a late-stage primordial core cultivator, charged at the horned wolf. Boundless energy surged, and his pale weapon released a powerful aura. Boom! Before the attack arrived, the space was unable to withstand it and directly exploded. This was a powerful attack from a late-stage primal core cultivator. It was more than 100 times stronger than an early-stage primal core cultivator. Clang! However, when such an attack landed on the wolf's body, there was a clanging sound. Sparks flew everywhere, and the pale weapon was forced back. The powerful attack of a late-stage primal core cultivator actually didn't break through the wolf's defense. A trace of disdain appeared in the wolf's red eyes. Its front claw struck the late-stage primal core cultivator's chest. It was just a simple strike, but it made the late-stage primal core cultivator cough up blood. His bones cracked like beans being fried. At the same time, before the late-stage primal core cultivator could fly back, he felt his vision darken. It was the one-horned wolf that opened its bloody mouth and bit at the other party. Its 2 rows of sharp teeth were like sharp blades flashing with a cold light. "No!" shouted the late-stage primal core expert. His eyes were filled with terror. His body shone with a resplendent light as he tried to flee. But it was already too late. With a crunching sound, The late-stage primal core expert's body was torn apart by the wolf and swallowed. This was an extremely shocking scene. A powerful late-stage primal core cultivator couldn't even block a single attack and was swallowed by the wolf. Seeing this, the other primal core cultivators were filled with terror. They immediately turned and fled. If it could swallow a late-stage primal core cultivator in one go, there was no need to mention them. Clearly, the two sides were not even on the same level. Roar! The single-horned wolf's crimson eyes swept across the group of escaping experts, and the coldness in its eyes intensified. It howled at the sky, and its voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. Then the wolf opened its bloody mouth again and sucked in the group of people. The wolf's bloody mouth transformed into a whirlpool, producing a boundless suction force. It was like a bottomless pit, deep and dark. The ground quaked, and ancient trees were uprooted. Mountains trembled as they were lifted off the ground. The fleeing core essence cultivators began to fall back. Because of the gravitational force, everything within dozens of kilometers was sucked in by the black hole. Hundreds of miles away, the crowd stared at this scene in shock. The surrounding dozens of miles had become a vacuum zone. There were dozens of primal core cultivators within the range of the suction force. Among them, there were 3 late primal core cultivators. That's a heaven-devouring wolf. Beside Zichen, the monk suddenly let out a strange cry. Heavens, it really is a heaven-devouring wolf. It even knows its innate divine ability. It's a true ancient beast. The monk excitedly shouted, "Its essence blood is no weaker than precious medicines. Once we kill it, we'll really be rich." Before the monk could laugh, Zichen covered his mouth and shouted, "You dare to covet such a thing? Are you courting death?" The heaven-devouring wolf's spiritual perception was very sharp. It had heard every single word of Zichen and the monk's conversation. One coveted its precious blood, while the other called it a thing. This ancient beast, whose intelligence was even higher than humans, was instantly infuriated. It raised its head and saw Shirling above its head. Suddenly, there was a hint of fear in its red eyes. Only then did it give up the idea of rushing over to kill the two of them. However, it did not want to let them go just like that. It waved its claw at the void. "Run!" Just as the sky-devouring wolf waved its claws, the devil ape sent out a voice transmission. It roared loudly, and its body was surrounded by black light. Together with Zichen, it disappeared from the spot. As for the monk, his reaction was also slow. In the blink of an eye, he turned into golden light and vanished. Boom! Just as the two of them left, the space they were standing in shattered. An illusory claw appeared, shattering the world. In that instant, over a dozen experts were swept away. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies exploded. Dozens of miles away, Zichen and the monk reappeared. Their faces were filled with fear. Below the black passageway, when the huge wolf saw that its attack was actually dodged, a look of shock appeared in its eyes. This was just a small interlude. The heaven-devouring wolf's innate ability had already been revealed. It was bound to devour everyone. During this time, over a dozen primal core experts had already been devoured. There were even more primal core experts bitterly holding on. However, they were constantly retreating. It was only a matter of time before they were devoured. A heaven-devouring wolf that knows its innate ability can be considered a pure-blooded ancient beast. Just as the others were about to be devoured, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Then a huge palm print fell from the sky and struck the black hole. Under the violent surge of energy, the black hole was blown apart. The heaven-devouring wolf howled in pain. There was a clear handprint on its forehead, but it didn't bleed. It didn't break through the defense. This defense is indeed strong. The indifferent voice was surprised. Then the space trembled. Another huge palm appeared. The palm covered the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It slammed towards the heaven-devouring wolf. Roar! The heaven-devouring wolf's eyes were full of unyielding. The aura around its body became more violent. It stretched out its right claw to hit the palm. Bang! The claw collided with a huge palm, causing a huge shock wave. The surrounding space began to shatter. However, in the sky, the tunnel that Shirling was suppressing was still stable. The heaven-devouring wolf was obviously at a disadvantage again. It howled in anger and was about to rush into the sky. Bang! But just as it rushed out, it retreated and howled. Shirling shone, forming a huge barrier, preventing it from rushing. Roar! The heaven-devouring wolf roared in anger. It looked at Shirling again, its eyes full of fear. Then it turned its head and went into the tunnel. Humph! Since you're here, don't leave. Stay! A cold voice sounded in the sky. This time there were several of them. After the voice sounded, numerous palm prints appeared, shattering the sky and hitting towards the heaven-devouring wolf. There were 5 palm prints covering the sky. The terrifying aura made people tremble. Helpless, the heaven-devouring wolf could only block. In between its eyebrows, the horn shone brightly, shooting out a beam of light. The beam was like a sharp sword going against the sky and piercing through one of the palm prints. Then, its sharp claws slammed out again, hitting another palm print. At the same time, it activated its special ability for the second time. The black hole that could swallow everything appeared again. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded in the sky. The palm prints exploded one after another. However, after destroying 3 of them, there were still 2 that hit the heaven-devouring wolf. In the surge of energy, the heaven-devouring wolf let out a mournful howl. It was injured by the palm prints. A bright light flashed in the sky. This was the blood of the heaven-devouring wolf. However, it was not red, but blue like a sapphire. At the same time, the heaven-devouring wolf coughed out a few mouthfuls of blue blood. It was like blue blood rain falling from the sky. Chapter 497. The size of the sky-devouring wolf was comparable to a small mountain. Blue blood splattered all over its body, making it look like it was raining blood. The last 2 palm prints were extremely terrifying, causing it to howl in pain even though it was heavily injured. It's still alive. Exclamations sounded again. Boom! Boom! Above the sky, the void rumbled again. The destructive palm prints appeared again, clearly wanting to kill the sky-devouring wolf. Roar! The heaven-devouring wolf howled. Its scarlet eyes were suffused with a bloodthirsty red light. It became even more berserk. The horn on its forehead was shining. An ray of light that was like a sharp sword that could hold up the heavens gushed out. It pierced through the dome of heaven, defying the heavens. At the same time, its innate ability was displayed again. However, this time the black hole formed by the giant wolf's mouth was even larger, and its devouring power was even stronger. At this moment, the world exploded, as if it was going to be swallowed by the sky-devouring wolf. The sky-devouring wolf was known as the sky-devouring wolf because of its innate ability. Under the powerful suction of the black hole, the 2 destructive palm prints began to tremble, then exploded and were swallowed by the black hole. That dazzling light also destroyed the 2 palm prints. The last palm print fell and hit the sky-devouring wolf. In the sky, the blue blood rain that had gradually stopped fell again. This time it was even denser, and crackling sounds could be heard continuously. Under the dense blood rain, the sky-devouring wolf's howls became even more mournful. Its body was heavily injured, and blood flowed out. Blue light flickered between heaven and earth. Every drop of its blood was shining brightly. In the end, the sky-devouring wolf howled. Its mountain-sized body shrunk to a few meters long, and its spirit became sluggish. It turned into a ray of light and rushed into the black tunnel, looking very miserable. The sky-devouring wolf escaped, and the horrifying palm prints did not appear again. There was only a blue blood rain between heaven and earth, and the dumbfounded crowd. The blue blood rain fell on the ground and did not disperse. It was like blue pearls, sparkling and translucent. At a glance, there were no less than tens of thousands of them. Everyone woke up from their shock. Looking at the blood rain, their eyes lit up and greed appeared in their eyes. However, everyone's greed was well suppressed by their rationality. At this moment, no one dared to have any ideas about the 5 overlords. They dared to provoke the tyrant. The core essences of the 5 great factions waited for a while longer. After confirming that the sky-devouring wolf would not appear again, they moved forward and began to collect the blue pearls. This was not the essence blood of the sky-devouring wolf. However, when thousands of drops of blood were added together, they could be refined into true essence blood. Is there anyone who knows the Earth Escape technique? This is an opportunity. Looking at the disappearing droplets of blue blood, Tyrant's eyes lit up. His greedy nature was revealed as he could not help but ask. He didn't try to suppress his voice, so many people around him heard him. After that, the crowd dispersed like they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. "Shut up, you bald donkey." Chin glared fiercely at Tyrant and said, "You dare to have designs on the 5 hegemonic powers? Do you want to die? At the very least, you should send a voice transmission to ask." A glint flashed in Chen's eyes. He had already learned from Elder Hiroshi about the flaw of a perfect body. It was blood. A true perfect body not only emitted a golden glow, but even the blood should be golden. Neither of these two were good people. Everyone retreated even further, afraid that they would suffer an unexpected calamity like before. The blue blood was quickly collected, not a single drop missing. It seemed that even cultivators who knew the Earth Escape technique would not dare to show off their skills here. Today, everyone saw an ancient beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Even its ordinary blood glowed. However, soon a problem appeared before them. Such a powerful ancient beast could even slaughter a late-stage core essence realm cultivator. Who could suppress it in the air? Not to mention suppressing it. It was hard to say whether one could survive if they encountered such an ancient beast. Everyone rest assured. Not all ancient beasts are so strong. Most of them are as strong as the Earth Escape technique. As if guessing everyone's worries, an aged voice rang out in the sky. Previously, it was the owner of this voice who had injured the sky-devouring wolf. Furthermore, many people guessed that this person's realm definitely surpassed the core essence realm. He was an old antique from one of the hegemonic powers. The opening of the ancient battlefield does not have an exact time limit. It could be a year, a month, or even a day. You'd better hurry. If you have any gains, you can come to the Chaos City to find the 5 families. We are willing to buy them back at a satisfactory price. Everyone remembered the first part of the sentence. As for the second part, no one cared. Those who could enter the ancient battlefield were all forces. Once they had any gains, they would naturally take them back to their families and use them as a foundation. No fool would be willing to exchange. Of course, that Buddhist scripture was an exception. The stone token shone, freezing the space. Nothing unexpected happened. The core essences of the hegemonic powers who had collected the blue blood also left one after another. One by one, the Earth Escape technique began to soar into the sky, surging towards the black tunnel. Bang! A Earth Escape technique expert had just rushed into the black tunnel when his entire body suddenly exploded. Without any warning, a rain of blood and bits of flesh fell. He died an unnatural death. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed. There was panic in their eyes. However, even more people were sneering. There would always be a few people like this who wanted to play tricks and treat others as idiots. No one deliberately reminded them. Everything continued. More people rushed towards the black tunnel. 1. The moment they reached the tunnel, The token in their hands began to vibrate. Then it emitted a misty light that enveloped the 5 of them and disappeared into the black tunnel. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 groups of people had entered. Bang! Bang! During this time, there were also sounds of explosions. One by one, the Earth escape technique experts exploded. Silence continued. No one said anything to remind them. More experts were sneering. They had spent a lot of money to buy the tokens. Naturally, they had their own reasons. As for the 5 hegemonic powers, they were only auctioning the tokens. Naturally, there was also a reason why no one was here to check. Swoosh! During this time, Zichen and Tyrant also went forward with their tokens. Just as they reached the edge of the black tunnel, the tokens began to glow and then enveloped the 2 of them. However, during this time, Zichen clearly saw the stone token vibrate. On the token, there was also the aura of the stone token. The 2 of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the Bedlam lands, there were countless big and small forces. Among them, there were countless people with tokens. There were already more than 10,000 people entering the black tunnel. Moreover, the speed was still increasing. On the horizon, there were still figures appearing and rushing towards the black tunnel. After more than 10 Earth escape technique experts died, the other Earth escape technique experts finally reacted and gave up on this suicidal behavior. Not long after, the 5 hegemonic powers, monstrous geniuses, appeared. The one leading them was Shangguan Qixing from the Shangguan clan. After being beaten up by Zichen, this evil-looking young man restrained himself for a few days. Then he became unscrupulous again. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure when they were with him. There were many experts from the Shangguan clan. One of them was with Shangguan Qixing, while the other was with Shangguan Bingxi. As for Shangguan Yu, who had just become a princess, she did not appear. Other than that, the other 4 hegemonic powers also sent 4 groups of people. Among them were either geniuses or monstrous geniuses. The surrounding people looked at them with envy. As expected of the hegemonic powers that produced tokens, their Earth escape technique experts came in waves. However, the 5 hegemonic powers only brought 1 token each, except for the Shangguan clan. When the token appeared at the entrance of the tunnel, it emitted a bright light that enveloped everyone. Then it disappeared. Nonsense. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. 100,000 miles away, the light of the teleportation array surged. A young man in light armor appeared. Beside him, there were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a tight red armor. Her figure was graceful and curvy. On her peerless face, her cherry lips pouted. Aren't I worried about your safety? Worried about our safety? Sister, I think you're mistaken. Beside her, a young man said, I think you want to see brother-in-law. Nonsense. I don't want to see him. I haven't heard from him for a few years. The moment he appeared, he hooked up with a vixen. The red-clothed beauty said unhappily, Sister, you're jealous. She's the princess of an hegemonic power. She's not some vixen. The young man laughed. Humph. Wang Shan, are you courting death? Facing the red-clothed beauty's threat, Wang Shan was not afraid. He smiled. Look, you're really different from before. You even know how to say courting death. This chaotic place is indeed a training ground. But sister, you have to be careful. Brother-in-law might not like your temper. Humph. I don't want him to like me. There are plenty of people who want Umi. The 2 of them quarreled, ignoring the other 3. Nonsense. Even if Zichen is not dead, he won't go to the ancient battlefield. Don't you know how expensive this token is? The auction price is 100,000. Moreover, it's just a slot to enter the small world. The real slot token is millions. The young man who spoke first said indifferently, If you really want to see him, you should stay outside. No, I have to go to the ancient battlefield. There are only 4 of you. Including me, there are 5 of you. Moreover, I have a feeling that Zi-Chin is in the ancient battlefield. He won't miss out on such a grand occasion." The red-clothed girl said stubbornly, "What about the primeval stones? What will Zi-Chin use to buy the token? Didn't they say that something happened in the central region? Perhaps the token is worthless now. No one will compete with him. Even if no one will compete with him, does Zi-Chin have the starting price of 100,000 primeval stones? Even if there's evil good monk, do you think they have enough wealth?" The red-clothed girl fell silent. "That's enough. Wang Qiong, stop talking. According to our understanding of Zi-Chin, if he knows that the ancient battlefield has opened, he will definitely think of a way to go there. We've known Zi-Chin for so long. When has he ever suffered a loss?" Another young man said. After a pause, the young man looked at the red-clothed girl carefully and said, "Moreover, Shang Guanyur gave us a token. As for Zi-Chin," the young man did not finish a sentence. There was no need for him to finish. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Wang Qiong took out the token, and the 5 of them disappeared through the black tunnel. Chapter 498. The reddish-brown ground looked like it had been watered by fresh blood. There were huge cracks that extended for thousands of meters, as if it was forcefully split open by a sharp weapon. The towering mountain was cut straight down the middle. The smooth surface was covered with weeds after a long period of time. This was the ancient battlefield, a sunken piece of land. Dried bones, broken weapons, and broken walls could be seen everywhere. There were traces of battle everywhere. This was the place where the foreign tribes fought fiercely during the ancient times. It might have been a prosperous place where experts gathered in the past. But now it was desolate, dead, and there was no sign of life. There are treasures everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Where are the treasures? Looking at the desolate land that did not even have a decent ancient tree, Monk could not help but complain. There are no treasures in this damned place. We have been cheated. They had been walking around here for 2 days. For 2 days, other than a few weeds, they did not even see a single living thing. This place was dead and desolate. There was not even a bird or a bedbug. The dried bones that they saw were on the verge of weathering. As for the broken weapons, they had lost all their spiritual power and were even worse than scrap metal. Monk was very disappointed that they did not see a single figure, nor did they see any treasures after 2 days. This is a piece of land that is equivalent to a small world. It is very big. "Let's talk about it after we get out of here," Zi-Chen said calmly. He was only slightly more patient than Monk. He had not lost control yet. After 2 hours, the 2 of them finally made a discovery. It was a stone wall with some patterns carved on it. It looked like some kind of inheritance. Their eyes lit up and they sped up. There were a few sword techniques carved on the stone wall. They were vivid, but only half of them were incomplete. After a long period of time, the true meaning of the sword techniques had been lost. Only the forms of the sword techniques were left, and they were blurry. The sword techniques that were passed down from the ancient times were naturally powerful sword techniques. Unfortunately, they could not be truly understood. What a pity! Looking at the spiritual power, it should have been lost not long ago. If only we had come earlier. Monk sighed. Zi-Chen's eyes were also filled with pity. However, he silently remembered the few forms, and was prepared to leave it for the lightning young man to see if he could restore the ancient sword techniques. With this discovery in front of them, which could not be considered a discovery, the 2 of them were clearly more spirited. They were once again filled with hope for the treasure trove. Boom! Without any warning, the stone wall suddenly exploded, and a violent energy fluctuation surged out from the stone wall. The stone wall burst into pieces, and the shattered stones whistled through the air, shooting towards the 2 like hidden weapons. The stone fragments contained a powerful force that actually sent the 2 of them flying. Humans die. Then a shining figure rushed out from the stone wall that had exploded. It sent out a cold spiritual thought and rushed directly toward Zichin. Bang! The speed of the light shadow was almost comparable to extreme speed. Zichin, who had just been sent flying, didn't have time to react before he was hit by the light and shadow. Before Zichin could land on the ground, he was sent flying back several hundred meters. Zichen's chi and blood churned inside his body, and he almost vomited blood. This strike was surprisingly powerful. If he hadn't had the purplish gold soft armor protecting him, he would have been severely injured, even with a perfect body. If he had been flying normally, he would have definitely died after receiving this strike. The light and shadow stopped in midair and transformed into an object. When it saw that Zichin was fine, a hint of surprise appeared in its cold eyes. "What's that?" At that moment, Monk saw the light and shadow and let out a strange cry. The light and shadow in midair was actually a rat. It was only a meter long and stood in midair. Its body was shining like the sun, making it impossible to look at it directly. "Damn, it's just a rat, but it almost killed me." Zichin got up from the ground. His body was stained with reddish-brown soil, and his hair was disheveled. He looked somewhat wretched. "Is this an ancient beast?" Monk's eyes lit up as he slowly approached. The glowing rat looked at the approaching humans. Its small eyes darted around before they lit up as well. "Stop right there, lowly human!" The glowing rat suddenly shouted and sent out a cold spiritual thought. Zichin and Monk were taken aback. Only then did they recall that the other party could transmit its voice. The two of them subconsciously stopped and then looked at the glowing rat with interest. "Lowly human, are you blind? Why don't you kneel down after seeing me? Lord Spirit Devouring Rat." The glowing rat shouted again, "Lord Spirit Devouring Rat, kneel down." Zichin and Monk looked at each other with a playful look in their eyes. "Humph, you're from the outside world, right? You're really lowly human. You don't have any common sense. You're really ignorant to the extreme." The spirit-devouring rat put on a proud posture and transmitted its voice. "You're lucky to see me, Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat. In the following period of time, so long as all of you follow me and serve me well as slaves and servants, then I'll naturally give all of you a great gift when all of you leave and allow all of you to leave satisfied." After hearing the words of the spirit-devouring rat, Zichin and Monk's expressions became strange. The other party seemed to know a lot. It also knew that they were from the outside world and would leave. "Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat, are you an ancient beast?" Monk suddenly asked, putting on a humble look. "Lowly human, haven't you heard of Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat? I'm naturally an ancient beast, no, a divine beast." The spirit-devouring rat proudly transmitted its voice. A smile appeared on Zichin's face. Monk's appearance became even more humble. He asked again, "Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat, are you a pure-blooded ancient beast?" "No, a pure-blooded divine beast." "Human, put away your ignorance and ignorance." The spirit-devouring rat said angrily, "You're blaspheming the great Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat. I'm unique, the strongest divine beast. So you're saying that you're a treasure from head to toe?" Monk's humble expression disappeared. At the same time, he straightened his back and his voice became much louder. There was a huge contrast between before and after. Despicable humans. "You, what are you doing?" Seeing the two approaching with bad intentions, the spirit-devouring rat put away its arrogant expression. "We need some ancient beast flesh and blood for baptism. I hope that Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat can be generous and help us." Zichin smiled. His expression became ferocious, but his speed did not decrease. "Damn it! It's fine if you don't worship the great Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat, but you dare to have ideas about me." The spirit-devouring rat was furious. You're courting death. As its voice fell, the light around its body became brighter. Then it charged fiercely towards Monk. Its small eyes were filled with ferocity. Amitabha, I hope that Lord will be generous with your flesh and blood. Monk chanted Buddhist scriptures. His body flashed with golden light, and a golden light shield appeared. Golden runes flowed, and the chanting old monk reappeared. The strongest defense. Bang! The spirit-devouring rat turned into a light shadow and hit Monk, causing an explosion and a large golden ripple. Monk stood in the air. The defensive light shield around his body was constantly twisting and trembling. In the end, it blocked the attack. Monk did not take a step back, but spirit-devouring rat was sent flying. Swoosh! The spirit-devouring rat that was sent flying turned into a ray of light and flew in the opposite direction. Its speed was very fast, not slower than extreme speed at all. At the same time, it threatened, "How dare you disrespect the great Lord Spirit-devouring rat? The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. Lord Spirit-devouring rat, there will be no next time." Zichen's voice sounded at the right time. Unknowingly, he had already arrived in front of the spirit-devouring rat. The golden spear in his hand danced and struck at the spirit-devouring rat. Bang! The spirit-devouring rat was sent flying. Its 1-meter-long body smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. "Come out!" However, in the next moment, Zichen shouted and stomped on the ground. The brownish-red ground cracked, and a powerful force shook the spirit-devouring rat out. However, as soon as it appeared, it was hit by a golden palm print on its head. Immediately, the spirit-devouring rat was knocked dizzy and could not distinguish between things. Uft! Zichen held his spear and arrived in the blink of an eye. The golden spear light surged and directly pierced the spirit-devouring rat's body. The golden light rippled, and the spirit-devouring rat was sent flying again. The two of them attacked continuously. Even if it was a Dan primordial, it would definitely die. However, when they landed on the spirit-devouring rat, they did not even make it bleed. As expected of an ancient beast, use your full strength. Seeing this scene, the two of them did not feel depressed. Instead, their eyes became more fervent. The harder it was to kill the spirit-devouring rat, the more likely it was to prove that it was an ancient beast. After that, the two of them attacked with all their strength. Muffled explosions rang out continuously as attacks rained down on the spirit-devouring rats like a torrential storm. Ah, you deserve to die. How dare you disrespect the great Lord Spirit-devouring rat? Lowly humans, you offended the Lord Spirit-devouring rat. You are finished. Ah, it hurts so much. You're blaspheming the gods. The screams of the spirit-devouring rat sounded continuously. At the same time, it was accompanied by shouts and curses. Uft! Finally, after a series of attacks, the light around the spirit-devouring rat dimmed. At the same time, it coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was glowing blood. It was bright, just like the blood of the sky-devouring wolf. Moreover, the blood contained a strong spiritual force. It is indeed an ancient beast. Ancient beast, we finally found an ancient beast. After seeing the blood that did not dissipate after falling to the ground, Zichen and the monk's expressions became even more excited. Their eyes became even more fervent, and the aura around them became stronger. No, don't kill me. Seeing this scene, fear rose in the heart of the spirit-devouring rat. These two humans were really going to kill it. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of battle began, and this time the attack power of the two was obviously much stronger. The spirit-devouring rat coughed out blood again. The glowing blood continued to stimulate the two of them, and they launched even more powerful attacks. No, don't kill me. My value is higher alive than dead. Bang! Bang! The sound of attacks sounded again. I am not an ancient beast. I am just an ordinary demon beast. I beg you, don't kill me. The spirit-devouring rat begged. Bang! Bang! Chapter 499. It was not until the ground was covered with a layer of sparkling blood that Zi-Chin and the monk stopped. Tell me your value. Zi-Chun held his spear and looked down at the half-dead spirit-devouring rat on the ground. The dazzling light around its body had long been scattered, revealing its spotless white fur. As expected of an ancient beast, its defense was amazing. Even though it was half dead, there were no wounds on its body. The monk took advantage of this gap to collect the blood on the ground. The spirit-devouring rat was weak, and it was very difficult for it to transmit its voice. In this area, although it was not the king, it had extreme speed and knew how to escape. It was not something that anyone could bully. Moreover, it had encountered humans and killed many of them, so it knew the strength of humans. However, it never expected that the 2 humans it encountered were so powerful that it was almost killed. Speak, Zi-Chen urged, his eyes flashing coldly. I'm a treasure. The spirit-devouring rat was weak. Zi-Chen nodded and said coldly, I know, so if you have no other use, I can kill you and take your treasures. Facing Zi-Chen's threat, the spirit-devouring rat could not help but shiver. Its small eyes were filled with fear as it said in a trembling voice, My greatest skill is to find treasures. I can find all kinds of treasures. We also know how to find treasures. You're useless, Zi-Chen said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yes, I still have one last skill. It's unique and can be said to be heaven-defying, the spirit-devouring rat hurriedly said. The feces I excrete are comparable to the supreme grade, primordial stones of you humans. What? Zi-Chun was stunned when he heard this, and the coldness on his face dissipated. The feces I excrete are comparable to the supreme grade, primordial stones of you humans. It's a treasure. The spirit-devouring rat emphasized again and vowed. The spirit-devouring rat was a different kind of ancient beast. They were known for their speed and knew how to escape through the earth. They were good at hiding and escaping, but their combat strength was not strong. They fed on all kinds of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Because they only ate spiritual objects and devoured pure spiritual energy, their feces also contained incomparably pure spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual power was even higher in quality than the high-grade, primordial stones in the human world. It was infinitely close to the legendary supreme grade primordial stones. Really? When Zi-Chen and Tyrant heard this, they were obviously stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Supreme grade primordial stones were rare items that they had never seen before. And this little thing actually dared to say that its shit was comparable to supreme grade primordial stones. Really, I can guarantee it. The spirit-devouring rat nodded continuously. Tyrant's eyes began to shine. He hurriedly urged, Your promise is useless. I will watch you pull now. Hurry up and pull. I want to see if you can pull out the highest grade primordial stones. This time, it was the spirit-devouring rat's turn to be dumbfounded. It wondered if all humans were so direct. Didn't they say that they were very reserved? What's wrong? You can't poop it out? The monk glared at him. A human-like expression appeared on the spirit-devouring rat's face as it explained. I just devoured the spiritual energy in the stone wall. I still need some time to refine it. I really can't pull it out now. What? You just swallowed the origin energy on the stone wall? Number 2 was shocked. Yes, the spirit-devouring rat nodded. There aren't many places here that contain spiritual energy. I always eat this kind of spiritual energy. This stone wall is barely enough. When Zi-Chen and Tyrant heard this, they had the urge to slap the spirit-devouring rat to death. This was too wasteful. This was an inheritance, an ancient sword skill that represented a powerful ancient sword skill. It actually swallowed the origin energy and said that it was barely enough. Moreover, such a priceless sword skill inheritance was wasted just like that. Both of them felt their hearts ache when they heard this. Damn it, do you know what you ate? An inheritance? Tyrant could not help but roar. However, he forcefully suppressed the urge to slap the spirit-devouring rat to death. All right, this kind of behavior is too wasteful. We must firmly put an end to it. In the future, follow me, and I guarantee that you will have spiritual energy to eat every day. Moreover, you will have endless spiritual energy. You won't have to look for it. Here, this is for you. Eat it first. Tyrant's face revealed a kind smile as he threw a high-grade primordial stone to the spirit-devouring rat. Unexpectedly, the spirit-devouring rat didn't even look at it. It waved its little paw and said disdainfully, "Even the shit I shit out is better than this." Tyrant glared angrily. Zichin, on the other hand, was amused. This greedy monk was obviously planning to eat high-grade primordial stones and shit out top-grade primordial stones. Ignoring the disappointed tyrant, Zichin asked, "Tell me, where is this place? How did you know that we were outsiders when you saw us?" "I don't know where this place is either. I only know that this is a battlefield." The spirit-devouring rat looked at the two. Its complexion was much better, and its spirit was no longer weak. As expected of an ancient beast, its recovery was so fast. As for you humans, every 1,000 years, some people will come here. After they stay here for a while, they will automatically leave. How long have you lived? How many humans like us have you seen? Tyrant asked. More than 10,000 years. I can see them once every 1,000 years. There are too many people. I can't remember. What? You little thing, you've lived for 10,000 years. Are you trying to scare us? Do you think we're fools? Tyrant's eyes widened. If this thing had really lived for 10,000 years, it wouldn't only have this little combat power. It would be at least an origin core realm ancient beast. It could completely defeat the two of them. Regarding this question, the spirit-devouring rat only lowered its head and didn't answer. No matter how the two of them asked, no matter how they threatened or tempted, the spirit-devouring rat only remained silent. The two of them simply gave up. All right then, during this period of time, find treasures for us. Maybe when we're in a good mood, we'll take you with us and let you see the wonderful world outside, Tyrant said. Really? The spirit-devouring rat raised its head. Its small eyes lit up again, but soon the light dimmed. It's useless. Other than humans, nothing can leave here alive. The spirit-devouring rat's expression suddenly became gloomy. Why? Zichin asked curiously. This is the rule of this world. Other than humans, all living things can't leave. This place is like a cage. The spirit-devouring rat's mood became very low. Zichin frowned. He was even more curious about the ancient battlefield. A spirit-devouring rat that had lived for 10,000 years had almost no combat power, and now it said that living things couldn't leave. This place was obviously not simple. Since that's the case, then forget it. Take us to find treasures first. When we leave, we'll naturally let you go. Tyrant spoke, breaking the short silence. Do you mean what you say? The spirit-devouring rat stared at the two of them and said warily, I've seen many humans. They never mean what they say. Moreover, they all say that humans are cunning and can't be trusted. We promise that after we leave, we'll let you go freely. Zichin said, whether you believe it or not, you don't have a second choice now. Of course, you still have a choice of death. When the spirit-devouring rat heard this, its body couldn't help but tremble. Fear appeared in its small eyes again. Just as Zichin had said, it couldn't escape at this moment. It could either believe it or die. I got it. I know a place. There must be treasures. The spirit-devouring rat that chose to believe turned its small eyes and suddenly became very excited. Little thing, don't tell me you're plotting against us. Tyrant stared at the spirit-devouring rat. Although this fellow was an ancient beast, it was very cunning. Just now, it wanted to trick the two of them into being its slaves. Now it said that there was a treasure land so happily. There must be something strange. How is that possible? The spirit-devouring rat widened its small eyes and said, "The reason why I can think of that place is because one of my enemies is there." Before Tyrant could get angry, the spirit-devouring rat said again, "That's also an ancient beast. It's stronger than me and always wanted to capture me. If you're looking for treasures, it must have them. All right, lead the way." Before Tyrant could ask, Zichin spoke. "All right, let's go. We must snatch everything from it." The spirit-devouring rat leading the way was very excited. "This little thing is not simple. Do you believe it?" Tyrant transmitted his voice. "Anyway, we're here to search for treasures. Instead of searching aimlessly here, why don't we let it lead the way?" Zichin had already followed. An hour later, the spirit-devouring rat brought the two of them to the place. "Look, it's in the hole in front. It must be inside." The spirit-devouring rat pointed its small paw at the 2-meter hole in front of it. Before Zichin and Tyrant could go forward, the spirit-devouring rat's voice sounded. "Smelly rat, get out here. Your master is here to settle the score with you. Spirit-devouring rat, you ran away in a sorry state last time. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come again. Today, I will definitely catch you." Just after the spirit-devouring rat's voice, another spiritual thought transmission sounded. Then a black shadow rushed out of the hole. It was also a rat, but it was close to 2 meters. The black hair on its body was fine and stood upright like steel needles, emitting a cold metallic luster. As soon as the rat rushed out, it saw Zichin and Tyrant. Humans die. There was a hint of cruelty in the black rat's eyes. It actually abandoned the spirit-devouring rat and charged toward Zichin. It should be an ancient beast. Seeing the black rat, Tyrant nodded his head and charged forward. At the same time, Zichin took out his long spear and rushed forward. This is a real ancient beast. You guys are lucky this time. Seeing the two of them, the spirit-devouring rat snorted coldly. Then its body shone again, and it escaped into the ground. Just like what the spirit-devouring rat said, the black rat's strength was very strong, but its defense was much weaker. Zichen's spear pierced through the rat's body. Fresh blood flowed out, and there was a faint glow in the blood. Although the black rat was an ancient beast, its blood could not be compared to the sky-devouring wolf and the spirit-devouring rat. Puff! Tyrant slashed out with his blade, and another wound appeared on the black rat's body. Blood that was emitting a faint glow splattered everywhere. As soon as they fought, the black rat was at a disadvantage. It knew that it had encountered a tough opponent, so it let out a scream and turned around to run. But at this moment, a golden spear light had already arrived in front of it and instantly pierced its head. Zichin and Tyrant worked together to eliminate the enemy in an instant. Chapter 500. Ah, it hurts. Who's sneak attacking me? Who is it? Who is sneak attacking your lord, spirit-devouring rat? After letting out a scream, the spirit-devouring rat's exasperated voice came from the cave. At this moment, footsteps sounded. Zichin had already walked to the entrance of the cave. Looking down at the spirit-devouring rat on the ground, the long spear in his hand flashed coldly as he said coldly, "What are you doing?" "You." Seeing Zichin, the spirit-devouring rat was obviously shocked. That rat was a real ancient beast. It had extraordinary combat strength. Every time it was beaten, it would flee in embarrassment. The spirit-devouring rat knew that the two of them were very strong and could kill it, but it did not expect that the two of them would kill it so quickly. It was almost a face-to-face battle. Before it could finish eating a piece of crystal, the battle was over. After its small eyes met with Zi Chen's cold gaze, its legs could not help but tremble. Its heart was cold, and the half-shiny thing in its small claws also fell in an instant. I'm here to pick up the treasure for you, the spirit-devouring rat said in a trembling voice. You prodigal thing, you're eating secretly. Let me see what you're eating. The monk walked over from afar with the dead black rat and saw the half-crystal that fell on the ground. The black rat was thrown down and the ground shook, making a bang sound. The monk strode to the entrance of the cave. Then he saw that the cave was covered with a layer of shining crystal. It was colorful and dazzling, emitting rich spiritual energy. The monk's eyes instantly widened, and greed appeared on his face. Among the crystal on the ground, although he could not name many of them, from the gorgeous light and the rich spiritual energy perception, he could still see that these crystal were not ordinary. The spirit-devouring rat moved to the side. The monk laughed loudly and directly pounced on it, excitedly rolling on the crystal. I'm rich, I'm rich. The monk shouted loudly, very excited. He took out a piece of bright crystal and sniffed it. Then he bit it. It was really hard. You prodigal thing, go to the side. You dare to eat this kind of good thing. Ignoring the strange expression on the spirit-devouring rat's face, the monk pushed it aside. His heart was filled with joy as he hugged the crystal and kissed it fiercely. Seeing so many crystal stones, Zi Chen was obviously stunned. With his unprofessional eyesight, he roughly estimated that the value of these crystal stones was at least 1,000,000 upper-grade primordial stones, or even higher. I'm rich. Zi Chen was filled with anticipation for the ancient battlefield, as he was able to reap such a huge reward from killing just one ancient beast. Damn monk, get up quickly. Zi Chen kicked the monk's buttocks, and the latter fell down like a dog eating mud. When he got up, there was a shiny crystal in his mouth. Hurry up and dissect the ancient beast. Otherwise, all of its blood essence will dissipate. Ignoring the murderous look on the monk's face, Zi Chen said once more, That's right, ancient beasts. The monk suddenly sobered up. Then he waved his hand and a golden light scattered. All the crystals were taken away. Then his figure flashed and rushed out of the cave like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already holding a saber in his hand. Seeing all the crystals disappear, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes were filled with disappointment. It swore to itself that if there was a next time, it would secretly take away a few crystals. The monk held the saber and began to dissect the ancient beast. Clang! When the saber touched the black fur, it exploded with a clang and sparks flew everywhere. The saber was bounced back. What a strong defense! The monk was shocked that the black rat's fur was still so tough after its death. Then the saber flashed with a brilliant light and emitted a cold aura. Only then did the monk slowly cut open the black rat's body. It could be seen that it was very strenuous for the monk to cut it open. This rat's skin was very tough. Even a pill weapon would have a hard time cutting it open. If he brought it to the Bedlam lands and refined it with other materials, he would definitely be able to refine a defensive pill weapon. And this was primordial stones, which was wealth. Even if it was exchanged for mid-grade primordial liquid, it could be exchanged for a few drops. A moment later, a complete rat skin was placed on the ground. After peeling the skin, it was time to cut open the chest, stomach, bones, and blood. The flesh of the black rat was very valuable. Once it was sold outside, it would definitely be sold for a high price. If a cultivator ate the flesh of an ancient beast from a young age, his body would naturally be baptized and his talent would be stronger. The bones of the ancient beast could be used to refine weapons or medicine. Its value was extraordinary. As for the blood essence, It was something that Zi-chun had to use for his baptism. The monk with the saber was very skilled. However, he was still very careful, afraid that he would damage any part of the body. The entire body of an ancient beast was a treasure. Even a drop of blood could not be wasted. The black rat was long dead. However, its flesh still emitted a faint light. The monk sighed and looked at the spirit-devouring rat again. His naked eyes made the spirit-devouring rat's hair stand. All the blood in the black rat's body was extracted by the monk, including the blood essence in its heart. Not a single drop was wasted. The black rat was a true ancient beast. Its blood essence emitted a dazzling light that contained an inexplicable energy. The two of them were extremely excited as they carefully kept it in a jade bottle. In the end, all the valuable items on the spirit-devouring rat were collected by the monk. It could be said that he had plundered everything clean. Even Zi-chun was dumbfounded by such a skilled technique. This is an ancient beast. Its entire body is a treasure. We can't waste it. The monk said after collecting the large intestines and small intestines. Indeed, the body of an ancient beast was a treasure. As Zi-chun nodded his head, he was thinking about when he could fry a tripe. Let's go to the next place. After collecting everything, the monk stared at the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat looked at the monk with its small eyes. What's with the Do you know how much we have to pay to come here? Tens of billions of vitality stones. This is not even enough to pay the interest. Hurry up and lead the way. The monk said coldly. Helpless, the spirit-devouring rat could only continue to lead the way. With the spirit-devouring rat leading the way, Zi-chun and the monk did not have to take many detours. They went straight to the nest of the ancient beast. 2 days later, under the lead of the spirit-devouring rat, they found another ancient beast. It was a gray rat that was close to 3 meters in size. It was very strong. Usually, the spirit-devouring rat would not dare to approach this place. As soon as they arrived, they were discovered and a fierce battle ensued. Although they were both ancient beasts, this gray rat was much stronger. Its defense and speed were also comparable to the spirit-devouring rat. Zi-chun and the monk joined forces and fought for a long time before finally killing it. The harvest this time was undoubtedly rich. They had obtained a lot of essence blood. However, it was still far from the baptism. This time, the spirit-devouring rat did not run away. It had been watching the battle with its small eyes wide open. Obviously, it found it unbelievable that the two of them could kill this gray rat. In the gray rat's cave, the two of them found a lot of crystals that lit up the entire cave. If they could sell these things after killing 2 ancient beasts, they would definitely be able to make up for their losses at the auction. In other words, in just 5 days, the two of them had already gained close to 10 million. And this was just the beginning. We actually encountered 3 rats here. Are there only rats here? The monk asked in return. However, he was delighted. He could not wait to meet more of these rats. There's not a single blade of grass here. Only some rats can survive here, the spirit-devouring rat explained. He did not expect that there were only rats here. Lead the way, lead the way. Let's go find more rats, the monk said excitedly. I only know these 2 ancient beasts. We'll have to search for the rest slowly, the spirit-devouring rat said. Just as the monk's expression gradually turned cold, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes lit up. I know a real pure-blooded ancient beast. It's not far from here. A real pure-blooded ancient beast? In the ancient battlefield, all beasts that can survive are called ancient beasts. However, they are not pure. They are only affected by this world and slowly transformed into ancient beasts. However, there are real pure-blooded ancient beasts here. They are born with pure blood. At the end, the spirit-devouring rat said proudly, just like me, the one and only spirit-devouring rat in the world. When they are born, they cause the world to change. All right, stop bragging. Lead the way. The monk slapped the spirit-devouring rat's head hard, waking it up. Let me say this first. This ancient beast is very strong. It's even stronger than this gray rat. You might not be able to deal with it. The spirit-devouring rat said solemnly. What do you think? The monk looked at Zichen. Zichen pondered for a moment before saying, Let's go take a look first. If we can't kill it, we'll retreat. All right, let's go. The two of them were skilled and bold. They both had extreme speed, so they were not afraid. This time, the journey was relatively long. Along the way, Zi-chan would take out some rat meat to roast. The rat meat was glowing and contained the essence of ancient beasts. It was very beneficial to the body. Every time Zi-chan ate it, he would refine it. The monk was extremely envious. He drooled but did not eat a single bite. This made Zi-chan feel extremely strange. This bandit monk only looked like a real monk at this moment. He did not touch wine or meat. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it did not eat it either. In its words, there were too many impurities in the faintly glowing roast meat. 5 days later, the two of them arrived at their destination. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. It was like a ferocious aura that made one's heart palpitate and feel extremely uncomfortable. Even without the spirit-devouring rat's reminder, the two of them knew that there were ancient beasts here. Let me say this first. I don't have any combat strength. If you can't defeat it, I'll escape in advance. The spirit-devouring rat said without any sense of loyalty. Shut up! Zi-chen shouted coldly. His expression was much more solemn. The oppressive aura here made him feel uneasy and dangerous. This feeling was similar to when he saw the heaven-devouring wolf back then. The monk's expression turned solemn as well. Furthermore, a benevolent smile appeared on his lips. This was a serious expression on the monk's face. It meant that the other party felt that something was wrong and was prepared to go all out. The two of them with solemn expressions did not notice the spirit-devouring rat behind them. Their eyes were cold. Roar! Chapter 501. The roar of a beast resounded like a clap of thunder, shaking the surroundings. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled up from the ground. Sand and stones flew everywhere, filling the sky with smoke and dust, instantly engulfing Zi-chin and the monk. Not good. In the gust of wind, the two felt a chill. Their expressions changed as they dodged to the side. The monk's body flashed with golden light as his strongest defense appeared. The golden light shield that had just been erected suddenly trembled a few times. The surface of the light shield was distorted as if it had suffered some kind of huge force. Zi-chen's body was also flashing with purple light. This was the defensive light produced by the violet gold soft armor after it was attacked. As soon as the gust of wind rose, the two of them suffered several attacks in an instant. The attacks were as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. When the attacks were neutralized, the heavens and the earth resounded with a dull sound. The gust of wind blew everywhere, filling the sky with sand and stones, blocking their vision. Even their spiritual senses were suppressed to a certain extent. The two of them had no idea what was going on, nor could they see what was going on around them. In short, something was attacking the two of them, and every attack was aimed at the most fatal part of their bodies. Bang! Bang! The dull sound kept ringing in the gust of wind. Waves of energy began to surge and spread in all directions. The two of them were like pedestrians in the dark, completely unable to distinguish the direction. They let the inexplicable existence launch fatal attacks in the gust of wind. The two of them couldn't see, and their spiritual senses were blocked, so they could only passively defend. Bang! After the raindrops, there was a louder explosion, as if the light shield was broken. A golden figure flew out from the gust of wind. It was the monk. When he was flying, he was still coughing up blood. There was a deep scratch on his chest. His monk robe had been torn, and red blood flowed out from the wound, dyeing his lapel red. Before he could see what the enemy looked like, the monk was already injured. The gust of wind had not dissipated yet. Zi-Chen was still resisting tenaciously. Flashes of golden light could be seen from time to time, which was his futile counterattack. Bang! Not long after, there was another explosion. Zi-Chen also flew out from the gust of wind. His clothes were completely torn, revealing the violet gold soft armor. There was a white mark on a piece of violet gold scale on his chest. The entire scale was also slightly dented. It could be seen how much force it had endured. The two of them retreated, distancing themselves from the gale. They stood side by side, their pale weapons tightly gripped in their hands as they cautiously looked ahead. This guy is really strong. This time they're dead for sure. It wasn't that the spirit-devouring rat didn't escape while the two were fighting. Instead, it hid in the distance and carefully observed the battle. When it saw the two of them in an incomparably sorry state, its little eyes were filled with excitement. If Zi-Chen was lucky enough to see the spirit-devouring rat's eyes, he would definitely discover that the look in its eyes was very similar to when the monk saw the treasure. Clearly, the reason why the spirit-devouring rats didn't leave wasn't because of their so-called loyalty. Instead, they were eyeing the treasures on the two of them, or perhaps they were eyeing someone else. Under the watchful gazes of the two, the gale slowly dissipated and a green ancient beast appeared. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and its body was covered with green scales. It looked like a black-winged leopard, but it had 2 more sword-like teeth, which made it look even more ferocious. Humans, you dare to enter the territory of the saber-toothed demonic leopard? Today will be the day you die. A cold light flashed in the black leopard's eyes. Its aura became tyrannical. It didn't waste any more words and began to fight once more. It suddenly leapt up from the ground and soared into the air, attacking the two of them. The gale rose once more, obstructing the vision of the two once more. The black leopard rushed over, its 2 sword-like teeth ruthlessly slicing towards the two of them. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. This time, the black leopard didn't succeed. Zi-Chen's spear was like a golden dragon blocking the attack. Die! The black leopard coldly transmitted its voice. Its tail, which was almost as long as its body, swept towards Zi-Chen like a steel whip. Bang! A loud tremor followed. A pitch-black saber chopped down on the black leopard's tail with a great force. The monk blocked the attack once more. This time, the two of them were prepared. Naturally, they wouldn't be as miserable as before. The gale whistled, blocking the vision of the two of them and blocking the detection of spiritual senses. Zi-Chen and the monk directly closed their eyes. They held their elixir weapons and relied on their innate sharp spiritual senses to block the powerful attacks. Clang! The sound of clanging rang out continuously. The black leopard's attacks were blocked time and time again. The cooperation between the two of them became more and more skillful and tacit. While blocking time and time again, they could also launch effective attacks, causing some small trouble for the black leopard. Swoosh! In Zi-Chen's hand, the spear danced like a golden dragon and suddenly stabbed forward. A sharp whistling sound was heard. The air seemed to be torn apart as the spear ruthlessly pierced the black leopard's body. The gale that filled the sky dissipated and dust scattered. The black leopard's body was blasted away by the huge force. The fine scales on its neck were shattered, and there was a green light flashing on them. How is this possible? The spirit-devouring rat in the distance was completely stunned when it saw the scene. The gap between before and after was too big. How did the two of them, who were suppressed, suddenly become so strong? However, it wasn't worried. No matter how strong the two of them were, they would definitely die today. Who asked you to offend Lord Spirit-Devouring Rat? The spirit-devouring rat thought hatefully, "Humans die." There was a hint of surprise in the black leopard's eyes. Then it was furious and completely berserk. The gale that had just been dispersed whistled again like a tornado. It was hundreds of meters high and caused the space to tremble. Because of the high-speed rotation, the storm actually rumbled like thunder. The gale was like a sharp blade, cutting through the space and emitting a heart-palpitating aura. We're really dead this time. Seeing the appearance of the storm, the spirit-devouring rat revealed a smile of success. Ziqin and the monk immediately felt the pressure. Under such a storm, it was already a miracle that the two of them could continue to stabilize their bodies. Bright golden light burst out from their bodies. The two of them seemed to be wearing a layer of golden armor. However, such golden light was abnormally eye-catching in the storm. The black leopard attacked again. Its sharp sword-like teeth were definitely not weaker than elixir weapons. Moreover, they were abnormally sharp. The monk's strongest defense could only withstand 3 attacks before it shattered. As for Ziqin, with his purple-gold soft armor, he was only slightly better than the monk. Moreover, under the constant attacks of the black leopard, the two of them gradually became unstable. The two of them were suppressed again. This time, it was even worse because the two of them keenly felt the aura of death in the storm. Pow! Suddenly, Ziqin felt a strong force coming at him. He hurriedly blocked with his spear. However, the spear was directly knocked away. A sharp attack landed on his shoulder. As if he was hit by a divine mountain, Ziqin felt half of his body was about to shatter. His whole body was involuntarily sent flying, and the spear was directly out of his hand. This attack was originally aimed at his head. At the critical moment, he dodged the fatal attack. Otherwise, Ziqin's head would have been blown apart. Boom! After that, an explosion sounded in the storm. A huge hole was torn in the storm, and Ziqin rushed out in a sorry state. A line of blood streaked across the sky. Ziqin was sent flying while vomiting blood. Use the forbidden weapon. After coming out, Ziqin shouted. Another explosion sounded, and another black hole appeared in the storm. The monk flew out in a sorry state. There was a bloody hole in his chest. His entire heart was almost pierced through. The long saber in his hand had long disappeared. The two of them retreated in a sorry state. There was fear in their eyes. The black leopard's combat strength was not strong previously. However, its final attack was extremely terrifying. A crack appeared on Ziqin's purple-gold soft armor. Such an attack far surpassed that of an ordinary inner core expert. Die, humans! The cold voice sounded again. The black leopard controlled the black storm to sweep towards the two of them. The two of them used their extreme speed and dodged instantly. This storm was too strange. The two of them did not want to be swept into it again. However, the storm continued to sweep towards the two of them, following them like shadows. Helpless, Ziqin made his move. He shook his hand, and 3 forbidden weapons exploded instantly. A deafening sound reverberated through the world. The entire storm was torn apart. Green blood rain fell from the sky. Each drop was like a pearl, dazzling and eye-catching. The explosion of the 3 forbidden weapons hit the black leopard, injuring the latter. The blood that emitted a resplendent green light also revealed the other party's identity as a pure-blooded ancient beast. It, who had suffered such a huge loss for the first time, became even more furious. It took a step in the air and charged towards the monk like a bolt of green lightning. The moment it got close to the monk, one of its beast claws suddenly lit up. The abnormally sharp claws became even more dazzling and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Bang! The monk's saber that had just been retracted was sent flying again. Moreover, a crack appeared on the saber's body. One strike cracked the elixir weapon. It was clear how powerful the black leopard's attack was. However, when its second claw landed, the monk easily blocked it. Chen charged over with his spear, leaving a bloody hole on the black leopard's body. Green blood continued to splatter. Following that, one of the black leopard's claws lit up again. The heart-palpitating aura appeared again and sent the elixir weapon in Chen's hand flying. Be careful. That claw is strange. Don't touch it. The monk reminded. The two of them recalled their elixir weapons and attacked again. Without the storm, the black leopard was like a broken arm. Knowing that its right claw was special, the two of them deliberately dodged. The black leopard's powerful attacks could not be used effectively. It was slowly suppressed by the two of them. The situation of the battle was difficult to change. During this period, Chen and the monk tried their best not to make any mistakes. Otherwise, if they were attacked by the glowing right claw, it would definitely be a fatal blow. The two of them slowly consumed more and more energy. The black leopard's attacks were no longer fierce. In the end, it could no longer use its storm attacks. As for its powerful right claw, it was no longer used frequently. Heavens, are they really humans? They actually depleted an ancient beast to the point where it almost lost its combat strength. The spirit-devouring rats in the distance were shocked. Fortunately, the two of them had also consumed a lot of energy and were panting. However, in the next moment, the eyes of the spirit-devouring rats widened. This was because the two of them each took out a jade bottle and drank a mouthful of something. The energy that they had consumed previously was instantly replenished. Chapter 502. A drop of mid-grade essence liquid was worth tens of thousands of high-grade essence stones, which was equivalent to hundreds of millions of low-grade essence stones. This was an astonishing number, and Chen's heart ached for it for a long time. But today, even if it was 1 billion essence stones per drop, it was definitely worth it. Because of a drop of mid-grade essence liquid, the two of them instantly recovered from their severely depleted state. Although they were injured and their combat strength was reduced compared to the heavily depleted saber-toothed demonic leopard, the two of them could be said to be at their peak. The saber-toothed demonic leopard obviously noticed this, and its cold expression changed for the first time. At its peak, it couldn't even kill two humans. Now that it was in a depleted state, it was even worse. But before it could even think of escaping, the two humans opposite it attacked. The attack this time was fatal. Golden spear light and black saber light began to flash, filling the entire sky. Then, a series of terrifying attacks fell, bringing with them endless destructive auras. In the distance, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes widened, and its small eyes were filled with excitement. Kill! They actually killed the saber-toothed demonic leopard. This is simply courting death. Its excitement had reached an indescribable level, so much so that it had the urge to jump up and clap its claws for the two humans. Boom! An explosion instantly sounded, and the saber-toothed demonic leopard was drowned in energy. The destructive aura began to ripple and spread in all directions. The two of them at their peak finally began to counterattack and finally became the dominant side. Complete suppression, complete domination. Everything was going smoothly. Blue blood rain kept falling, and the drops were like pearls, shining brightly. They fell on the maroon ground and didn't dissipate. This was the most basic sign of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Even the most ordinary blood was shining brightly. If they killed the other party, it would be enough to make a huge profit. The monk's eyes lit up, the same as the spirit-devouring rat's eyes. The saber in his hand repeatedly attacked. As for the wound on his chest, it had already formed a scar. Of course, in addition to the monk's strong constitution, it was also due to the super healing effects of the expensive pills. It could be said that the two of them had made ample preparations for the ancient battlefield, and even auctioned off a few precious pills. Amidst the explosions, the saber-toothed demonic leopard's shrill cry sounded. Sensing that its life was in danger, it began to make a final struggle. Its right claw flashed again, and it ignored Zichen's spear and viciously slapped the monk. Bang! The long saber, which was already filled with cracks, shattered under this claw. The monk was also sent flying. The savagery of the saber-toothed demonic leopard was completely displayed. Poof! The long spear in Zichen's hand turned into a golden light and ruthlessly pierced into the demonic leopard's body. Then, the long spear suddenly twisted, and the demonic leopard let out a miserable shriek that echoed for dozens of li. As the long spear was pulled out, more and more green blood scattered out, falling onto the ground and forming pearls, making paw-paw sounds. With each spear strike, the demonic leopard's life force was slowly draining away. It couldn't run even if it wanted to. Bang! Finally, it reached the critical point of its life. It closed its eyes and fell from the sky, its vitality slowly dissipating. In the instant it closed its eyes, there was intense hatred and resentment in its ice-cold eyes. However, there was no fear. Furthermore, in those lifeless eyes, there seemed to be an expression of looking at a dead person. Dead. We actually killed a pure-blooded ancient beast. Looking at the dead demonic leopard, the monk's face was filled with disbelief. It's not a big deal. We also lost a lot. 1 elixir weapon, 2 drops of liquefied elemental essence, and all of us were injured. Zichin panted. This demonic leopard was indeed very difficult to kill. It was even harder to kill than 2 rats added together. It's not a big deal. Congratulations. The spirit-devouring rat walked out from the darkness, clapping its 2 little claws as if it was clapping. You didn't run. Looking at the spirit-devouring rat, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. Run? Why should I run? The spirit-devouring rat mocked. Don't say it like that. I'm just preparing to leave. As for you, just wait for your death. After saying that, it let out a cheerful laugh. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Although this saber-toothed demonic leopard is a pure-blooded ancient beast, it has an even pure-blooded father. If I'm not wrong, it should be arriving soon. Haha, goodbye. Oh no, never see you again. Amidst its proud laughter, the spirit-devouring rat quickly left. This time it was fully prepared. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Even if the 2 chased after it, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Damn it, we've been tricked. The sharp laughter was still echoing in the sky. The light in the monk's eyes had disappeared, and he was flustered and exasperated. Obviously, they had encountered the worst situation. After killing the young one, an old one came. As for how strong the old one was, the 2 didn't dare to think. As long as it was slightly stronger than the young one, it would be enough to kill them. Roar! Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. Immediately after, the sky lost its color. The wind swept the clouds, and a terrifying pressure came from the horizon. After sensing the pressure, the 2's expressions changed drastically. Only then did they remember why they had sensed a terrifying aura when they first arrived. It was the aura left behind by the dead demonic leopard's father. Just from this aura, the 2 determined that the old demonic leopard's strength wasn't any weaker than the sky-devouring wolf's. What do we do? A deafening roar caused the monk to be at a loss. Demonic ape, grab a handful of blood and chase after that damned rat. Zichin shouted. Then he turned to the monk and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. What about this one? The monk looked at the dead, demonic leopard on the ground. Zichin was furious. He really wanted to kick the monk to death. How could he still be so greedy at this juncture? If you want to die faster, take it with you, Zichin shouted. The 2 had seen the sky-devouring wolf's methods with their own eyes. A casual wave of its claws was enough to kill them. As for this old demonic leopard, its strength was needless to say. If it was closer, perhaps a loud roar would be enough to kill the 2 of them. Then let's go. The monk was also decisive. He turned around and left. But before he left, he grabbed a handful of the ground and collected a lot of green blood. This greedy monk! Zi Chen cursed angrily. But from the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw something emitting a brilliant light beside the dead demonic leopard. However, this light flashed and disappeared as if it was an illusion. Zi Chen's eyesight had always been very good. He didn't think he saw wrongly. When he flew past the demonic leopard, he also used his hand to grab something. When he found that he really did pick up something, he put it away and ran without even looking at it. Roar! The two fled quickly. The demonic leopard approached. This was an old fellow. It was tall and big, comparable to a mountain peak. The aura it emitted was not one bit weaker than the sky-devouring wolf. This was an existence comparable to the sky-devouring wolf. Ah! Seeing the blue blood on the ground and the dead demonic leopard, the old demonic leopard roared toward the sky. Rolling sound waves surged, causing the surrounding rocks to explode. Who is it? Who is it? The old demonic leopard's roar shook the sky. It was like thousands of claps of thunder, echoing for hundreds of li. It raised its claws and shot out a beam of light. The light transformed into a screen in front of it, reflecting the scene of the battle just now. Human, it's a damned human. After seeing Zi Chen and Tyrant, the old demonic leopard was so angry that it vomited blood. It roared 3 times and shattered the screen. Holding the demonic leopard, it chased after the 2 on the screen. The moment the old demonic leopard left the ground, the blue blood on the ground also disappeared, turning into a blue rain of light and returning to the dead demonic leopard. Hearing the old demonic leopards roar from afar, Zi Chen and Tyrant were so shocked that they vomited blood. Under the threat of death, the 2's potential was completely stimulated. Their extreme speed actually reached another level. However, compared to the old demonic leopard, the 2's extreme speed didn't give them any advantage. Soon, the old demonic leopard caught up. Human, you dare to kill my son? Die! The old demonic leopard roared, its voice shaking the sky. The 2 were shaken to the point that they staggered and almost fell. Go! Tyrant shook his hand and threw the pill weapon. It turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard's claw landed on the pill weapon. With a loud explosion, the pill weapon shattered. Hearing the explosion, the 2 were really shocked. If the pill weapon was shattered so easily, then wouldn't killing the 2 of them be as easy as child's play? Hurry up, don't hide anymore, Zi Chen shouted. Then he poured his spiritual sense into the ring. In the next moment, one pill weapon after another appeared. Swish, swish, swish. This was what Zi Chen had been accumulating all this time, but today he threw it all out at once. Under his spiritual sense, all the elixir weapons rose into the air and turned into streaks of cold light, rushing towards the old demonic leopard with a sharp whistle. Many pill weapons together might be able to threaten a core essence expert, but against the old demonic leopard, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. They were completely useless and were crushed by the old demonic leopard. Under the threat of death, Tyrant was no longer stingy and greedy. He threw out all the pill weapons. After that, he threw out one forbidden tool after another. These were the things they bought in the market for use in the ancient battlefield. But now they couldn't even keep their lives, so the forbidden tool was useless. The forbidden tool exploded in the sky, releasing a destructive energy that swept toward the old demonic leopard. But it was useless. The old demonic leopard was still strong and unharmed, carrying the little demonic leopard and rushing out. Whoosh! The silver spear in Zi Chen's hand was also thrown out. This was the last pill weapon he had, and it was given to him by Yu Er. Bang! The silver spear's material was indeed good. This time, the old demonic leopard had to attack twice before completely shattering it. But the extra attack didn't affect its speed. The old demonic leopard was getting closer and closer to them. What do we do? Are we going to die? The two sides are getting closer and closer. Once they entered the old demonic leopard's attack range, the two would definitely die. Doppelganger. Suddenly, the two reacted. Golden light flashed around them, and their doppelganger appeared. This was a Buddhist ability. Although it couldn't compare to the 6 syllables, it was still the strongest doppelganger. Once it appeared, even the old demonic leopard couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. But it didn't matter if it was real or fake. After the old demonic leopard roared, the doppelganger was directly shattered. This time, the two were in complete despair. Both sides were already within the old demonic leopard's attack range. They could already hear the old demonic leopard's cruel laughter ringing in their ears. Chapter 503. It's that stone statue. Elder Hiroshi's words made Zi Chen's eyes light up. The stone statue was obtained from the butcher's burial ground. Zi Chen had planned to use it in the Decapitation Valley, but he didn't expect that the 10-directional Nirvana formation would kill everyone who needed to be killed. In the end, the formation was broken, and a heavenly lightning tribulation killed everyone. The stone statue that should have been used was saved just like that. The strength of the stone statue was between the late stage of void flight and the early stage of nascent core. Before coming to the ancient battlefield, Zi Chen had cleaned up the spirit ring and found this stone statue. The market was rich in resources and materials, far from what the barbarian land could compare to. Therefore, Elder Hiroshi asked Zi Chen to buy some materials and refine the stone statue, allowing it to display more powerful combat strength. It became one of Zi Chen's powerful trump cards. One had to know that this was the stone statue in the deepest part of the butcher's burial ground. According to Elder Hiroshi, the stone statue at its peak could kill nascent core experts. It was only because the stone statue lost a lot of its soul power when it was collected that its realm fell again and again. The stone statue had been refined by Elder Hiroshi to increase its strength, so Zi Chen didn't think of it immediately. With a flash of light, the stone statue was released by Elder Hiroshi, and a heart-palpitating aura appeared. After Elder Hiroshi added a lot of materials and unsealed the soul lock, the stone statue's strength had indeed increased. Clang! The long saber trembled and made a clanging sound. The stone statue opened its eyes, which were empty without any emotion. However, the moment it opened its eyes, 2 cold bolts of lightning flashed. It was as if it could see things, and its empty eyes locked onto the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard, who was insufferably arrogant, had fear in its eyes for the first time after seeing the stone statue in the air. Let's go! Using the stone statue like this made Zi Chen's heart bleed. This was a shameful waste. However, his life was in danger, and compared to the stone statue, his life was more important. Therefore, he turned and left. If I knew you had this thing, I would have taken away that demonic leopard. Looking at the increasing strength of the stone statue, a strange light flashed in the monk's eyes. He muttered in a low voice, but his running speed was not slower than Zi Chen's. The battle between the stone statue and the old demonic leopard took place in an instant. The pitch-black saber light surged, piercing through the sky. Everything within dozens of miles was filled with black light. Saber hums resounded unceasingly as a fierce attack was launched, engulfing the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard let out a heaven-shaking roar. An even more powerful storm appeared and rushed into the world, bringing with it countless thunderous sounds. It enveloped the stone statue expert, and an intense battle broke out. This time they're dead for sure. Cunning humans, they actually want to use me, and then kill me in the end. The spirit-devouring rat was still running away. After hearing the old demonic leopard's furious voice, it felt extremely carefree. The monk's greedy eyes were always sizing it up, which made it extremely unhappy. Furthermore, humans were not trustworthy at all. When they left, they would definitely kill him. Rather than being used and killed, it was better to find an opportunity to kill the other party first. This lord is truly a genius. Thinking that the two of them were going to die under the bloody mouth of the old demonic leopard, the spirit-devouring rat couldn't help but feel happy for its masterpiece. Pum! Suddenly the world shook. A pitch-black staff shadow appeared in front of the spirit-devouring rat and heavily smashed onto its head. The spirit-devouring rat was sent flying. Ah, it hurts. Who's sneak attacking me? The spirit-devouring rat cried out in pain. It instantly crawled up from the ground and looked around vigilantly. However, the surroundings were empty and there was nothing. However, the pain on its head clearly told it that it had indeed been hit by a staff, and that it wasn't an illusion. Pum! The pitch-black staff shadow appeared again and hit the spirit-devouring rat's head in the same spot. Even though the spirit-devouring rat was alert, it couldn't dodge. It was sent flying for the second time. This time it didn't cry out in pain because it saw a tall figure. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his body emitted a black light. He looked like an ape, yet not an ape, yet not a monkey. He held a long black staff in his hand, and a pair of red eyes stared coldly at the spirit-devouring rat. You. Who are you? Feeling the killing intent from the demon's shadow, the spirit-devouring rat was shocked. It couldn't remember when such an ancient beast had appeared in this area. The demon's shadow didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his staff again and hit the spirit-devouring rat's head again. This hit was heavy and ruthless. It directly hit the spirit-devouring rat until it was dizzy and saw stars. It almost fainted. Not bad. Your defense is indeed strong. The demon's shadow sent a cold voice transmission. A strange light flashed in his red eyes. The spirit-devouring rat was really frightened. This strange ancient beast had extraordinary strength. Moreover, when it attacked for the third time, it was clearly about to dodge, but it suddenly found that it had lost control of its body, as if it was imprisoned. It was so scared that it didn't dare to move. However, the demon's shadow moved. With a wave of his hand, something that looked like a green pearl appeared, emitting a brilliant light. The spirit-devouring rat was too familiar with the thing in the demon's shadow's hand. It was the blood of a small demonic leopard. In an instant, its small eyes widened as it said in horror, You're the one who suddenly hit me that day. When it was looking for the groundhog that day, it only had time to take a bite of the gem before it was hit by a stick. It screamed in pain and had always been puzzled about this matter. Now that it thought about it, it was this guy who did it. And this guy was in cahoots with those two humans. The demon's shadow didn't say anything. He directly stepped forward, shattered the blood, and then sprinkled it on the spirit-devouring rat. What are you doing? This has nothing to do with me. Don't frame me. The spirit-devouring rat was so scared that it kept screaming. The light around its body surged, and it was about to escape. But it was useless. The strange feeling of imprisonment appeared again. It couldn't move at all. A moment later, all the green blood merged into its body. Moreover, its body was still emitting a green light with the aura of a small demonic leopard. Sensing all this, the spirit-devouring rat was in despair. If you can't run, you're dead meat. A sinister smile appeared on the demon ape's face. It then grabbed the spirit-devouring rat and left. During this time, the spirit-devouring rat kept struggling, screaming, and trying to escape. But it was useless. In the hands of the demon ape, it couldn't escape at all. Moreover, when it was annoyed, the demon ape would hit it with the stick, making it scream in pain. The demon ape was very fast, far faster than Zichin and the monk. This shocked the spirit-devouring rat again. Moreover, the demon ape was worried about Zichen's safety, so its speed was even faster, even though this round trip didn't take up too much of his time. However, when it encountered Ziqin, the other party had already used his last trump card and used up all his forbidden weapons and elixir weapons. It's all your fault, you damn guy. How dare you scheme against us? Seeing the demon ape return with the dispirited spirit-devouring rat, the monk roared angrily, wanting to bite the other party to death. Ziqin was also angry. This time he didn't get anything. He even lost his elixir weapons, forbidden weapons, and his last trump card. However, he did not look for trouble with the spirit-devouring rat. Instead, he signaled the demon ape to put down the spirit-devouring rat. Now that you're stained with the blood of the little demonic leopard, we'll follow you. We'll go wherever you go. If you want to die, we'll accompany you. Ziqin said coldly. Ah! The spirit-devouring rat screamed again, its eyes full of despair. It seemed to be scared silly. Its small body trembled, but it did not run away immediately. Ziqin looked at the spirit-devouring rat and sneered. Similarly, the demon ape and the monk were also looking at it. Behind them, the sound of energy waves kept ringing. The stone statue expert was not defeated yet. He had no eyes and did not need to see. Therefore, the old demonic leopard storm was useless against him. Accompanied by the old demonic leopard's roar, green blood rained down. The stone statue expert had injured the old demonic leopard. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That old demonic leopard is very strong. It's over. I'm going to die. The terrified spirit-devouring rat seemed to have been scared silly. It spoke incoherently and fell to the ground, twitching as if it was sick from fear. The sneer on Ziqin's face disappeared. The monk and the demon ape did not speak either. In this unfamiliar place, it was undoubtedly a dream to escape the old demonic leopard's pursuit, and their only chance of survival was this cunning spirit-devouring rat. But looking at its condition, it seemed to be in a bad state. It was scared out of its mind. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the distance. The stone statue expert was finally shattered, turning into dust and disappearing. The storm dissipated, revealing the old demonic leopard. There were several wounds on its body and green blood rained down. It was still holding the little demonic leopard in its arms. If it was not for the little demonic leopard, this battle would have ended long ago. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The old demonic leopard's cold voice resounded for thousands of miles. In the distance, when the spirit-devouring rat heard this voice, it also shuddered. It got up from the ground with a grunt. It no longer pretended to be crazy and stared fiercely at Ziqin, saying coldly, "You win!" After that, the spirit-devouring rat began to run. Follow! Ziqin sneered and turned into a streak of lightning to follow. He had been very calm before, but when he moved, he realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The speed of the spirit-devouring rat was not slower than Ziqin and the others. After feeling the aura of the old demonic leopard getting closer and closer, it could only run for its life. Where are we going now? The monk could not help but ask while running. Despicable humans, you're trying to kill me. The spirit-devouring rat complained, then said unhappily, "Let's go to my place and hide first. Otherwise, we're dead. This old demonic leopard is the king of this generation. Damn it, since it's the king, why did you make us kill the little demonic leopard?" The monk could not help but curse. The spirit-devouring rat also felt wronged. It wanted to say that it only wanted to kill them, but it did not want to die. However, it did not say that, afraid that it would be killed on the spot. Sure enough, with the spirit-devouring rat leading the way, the three of them were no longer like headless flies. Instead, they fled with a purpose. Although the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, from the expression of the spirit-devouring rat, it seemed that they were not far from their destination. "Is your nest safe?" The monk was not confident and could not help but ask. At least it's safer than here. Let's go, follow me. After saying that, the spirit-devouring rat's body flashed and entered the ground. But soon, it was brought out by a ball of black light. It heard Zichen say coldly, "Run on the ground!" The spirit-devouring rat was helpless and could only continue to run. This run lasted for several hours. Moreover, it was not a straight line, but a continuous detour. The old demonic leopard, who should have caught up, was left far behind. "Let's go!" Then, the spirit-devouring rat led them to a secret cave. As soon as they arrived, the two of them saw many sparkling crystals, as well as a rich spirit energy that assailed their nostrils. Chapter 504. This was a deep cave. It was not damp or dark. Instead, it was as bright as day and very clean. The cave was colorful and filled with jewels and treasures. The bright light dazzled everyone's eyes. Many shiny crystals were casually thrown on both sides of the cave. They emitted rich spiritual energy and looked extraordinary. The cave was more than 10 meters deep. In the deepest part, there was an area of 2 meters square that was covered with crystals. Each of them emitted a gorgeous color and was magnificent. "Welcome, everyone, to my residence," the spirit-devouring rat said unwillingly. When it saw the monk's shining eyes, its eyes were filled with regret and regret. If it had known this would happen, it would not have set them up. Now, they had all followed it to its nest. It could be said that it had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Waha, so many crystals. Have we arrived at a treasure land? Looking at the crystals, the monk shouted excitedly. He immediately pounced on them and kissed and bit the crystals on the ground. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Looking at these crystals, Zichen's eyes also flashed with a strange light. Among the many crystals, there were a few that he recognized. He had seen them in the market before. However, each of them was a material for refining high-quality elixir weapons. Their value far exceeded that of an ordinary elixir weapon, roughly estimating just the few crystals that he recognized could be sold for a sky-high price. As for the other crystals that he did not recognize, looking at the more gorgeous light, they were obviously more valuable than the ones that he recognized. After calculating in his heart, Zichen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The price of these crystals shocked him. It was at least 1,000,000 high-grade primal stones. "Waha, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it." The excited monk kept rolling on the crystals. After that, he muttered and began to plunder the crystals. "Hey, this is mine. Do you have any morals? I saved you. Why are you robbing me?" Seeing its collection of 10,000 years being robbed, the spirit-devouring rat's heart bled. Moreover, it was extremely regretful in its heart. Why did it have to scheme against them? "You wastrel, go play somewhere else. I'll deal with you later." "Tyrant!" sent the spirit-devouring rat flying with a slap. He didn't have the time to deal with it yet. Right now, Tyrant's eyes were filled with these crystal stones. The spirit-devouring rat was so angry that it wanted to bite the monk to death. But in the end, it gave up on this impractical method. Furthermore, the cave entrance was blocked by the devil ape, so it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. No, that old demonic ape might catch up at any moment. "It's not safe here. We have to leave." The spirit-devouring rat suddenly said, "All right, wait for me to collect these things. It'll be quick." The monk's words angered the spirit-devouring rat so much that it almost vomited blood. What a dense crystal stone. It's even denser than the upper-grade primordial stones. "You wastrel, why did you throw it so far away?" After collecting all the crystal stones on the ground, Tyrant saw piles of scattered crystal stones in the distance and said discontentedly. He recognized this crystal. He had seen it at the groundhog's place. At that time he had excitedly chewed and chewed on it. Zichin had kicked his butt and almost swallowed the crystal. That's my feces. It's not something rare. The spirit-devouring rat curled its lips and said unhappily. It was in a bad mood. Its life savings had been snatched away just like that. What? Tyrant's eyes widened as he felt his stomach churn. When Zichen heard this, he also burst into laughter. The devil ape also laughed. They were also curious as to why such pure crystal stones were thrown aside. It turned out that this was the feces of the spirit-devouring rat. Tyrant couldn't help but retch, causing the two of them to laugh again. But in the next moment, the two of them were dumbfounded, because after retching, Tyrant actually picked up another crystal stone and sniffed it carefully. Primordial stone. It's actually a supreme-grade primordial stone. Tyrant's eyes widened, and he became even more excited. Then he swept his gaze around and roared, "Damn it, you liar! Didn't you say that you lived for 10,000 years? Why did you only poop this much after 10,000 years? Where's the rest?" Tyrant's dissatisfied roar stunned even Zichin, and the spirit-devouring rat was even more stunned. Spirit-devouring rat only ate spirit items, so the feces it pooped were comparable to real supreme-grade primordial stones. In fact, this could no longer be called feces, but spirit energy crystals. Facing Tyrant's roar and accusation, spirit-devouring rat was speechless. It sighed in its heart. It had really met a top-grade human. All the crystals, including the elemental energy crystals, were taken away by Tyrant. Not a single one was left. Spirit-devouring rat was so angry that it roared again and again, but it couldn't do anything to Tyrant. What's this? A human's spirit ring? The monk who was collecting the primordial stones suddenly exclaimed. Beside a pile of spirit energy crystals, there were 2 red spirit rings. Out of curiosity, Tyrant picked them up. It's really a spirit ring. As Tyrant's powerful spiritual sense probed, he also let out a cry of surprise. What spirit ring? Zi-chan was shocked and quickly stepped forward. It's a spatial spirit ring, and it's full. There's also, what's this? A pill weapon, a mid-grade primordial liquid, and a treasure pill. Tyrant exclaimed again. These were the spirit rings of 2 human cultivators. There were many things in them, such as primordial stones, pills, primordial liquids, all kinds of healing medicines, and 2 ownerless pill weapons. After calculating the various things inside, they found that the value of each spirit ring exceeded 1,000,000 high-grade primordial stones. This was another 2 huge sums of money. Under the 2's questioning, spirit-devouring rat admitted that these were left behind by the 2 humans it had killed. However, it immediately began to complain. Because there was nothing edible in the spirit ring, it had placed the spirit ring together with its excrement. You wastrel! Tyrant's eyes were full of surprise. The appearance of the 2 spirit rings could be considered an unexpected gain. Moreover, the 2 pill weapons were what the 2 of them needed the most. Spirit-devouring rat was very careful before, afraid that if it said that it had killed humans, the 2 would have some conflict. But obviously its worry was unnecessary. The 2 didn't care about who they had killed. The only thing they cared about was wealth. Moreover, Tyrant asked it if it had seen such a spirit ring in other places, which made it speechless. During this time, Zi-chen took out the thing he found under the little demonic leopard, wanting to study it. This was a piece of withered bone. It was the length of a finger and looked like the knuckle of a finger. It was plain and unadorned. It was dim and lightless. There was nothing special about it. What is this? Tyrant also came over, his eyes shining. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he couldn't see anything special. It was just a piece of bone. What a broken thing! Tyrant said disdainfully, then turned and left, starting to transfer the wealth in the spirit ring. After looking at it for a long time, Zichen couldn't see anything special and was disappointed. He thought it was something good, so he risked his life to pick it up. It turned out that it was just a useless piece of trash. He was ready to throw it away. However, as the energy in his body unconsciously surged, he could feel that there was a terrifying energy contained within the skeleton. Buzz! The bone began to tremble, and a powerful energy emerged from it, causing the entire cave to tremble. The originally simple bone actually emitted rays of light, and the aura that emerged from it made people feel the threat of death. The change in the bone made everyone's expression change. Zi Chen's feeling was even stronger. He found that this bone had a connection with him, as if it was going to merge with his body. The small eyes of Spirit Devouring Rat were full of suspicion as it carefully looked at the bone. But as the bone trembled, it felt a terrifying aura. This aura made it tremble, making it feel fear. Its small eyes instantly widened, and then its face was filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be? It can't be. What is it? Zi Chen and Tyrant turned to look at each other. I say, is your luck too good or too bad? Spirit Devouring Rat looked at the two with a strange expression. Don't talk nonsense. Tell us, what is this? Zi Chen shouted. This is a finger bone that the old demonic ape found in the center of the ancient battlefield. It contains an unimaginable power. The old demonic leopard relied on it to sweep away all its enemies, but it never expected that it would pass this finger bone to the young demonic leopard. You mean this finger bone is a treasure? Tyrant asked, and his eyes lit up again. It is indeed a treasure, but... Spirit Devouring Rat's small eyes were filled with despair as it muttered, It's over, it's over. This time, the old demonic leopard really won't rest until one of us is dead. Hee, it's good that it's a treasure. As for that, since we killed the young demonic leopard, it's already a situation where one of us is dead. Tyrant chuckled, and his gaze fell on the finger bone again. No, the young demonic leopard isn't dead. It's a pure-blooded ancient beast with strong vitality, and it won't die so easily. It's only in a deep sleep, and the old demonic leopard still has a way to wake it up. Spirit Devouring Rat looked at the finger bone and said, But now that you've taken away the finger bone, it's equivalent to taking away half of the old demonic leopard's life. Both sides really won't rest until one of us is dead. What? The two's faces changed, not because of the old demonic leopard's enmity, but because the young demonic leopard could still be revived. It's clearly dead, and we sensed its vitality disappear with our own eyes. How can it be revived? The two's faces were filled with disbelief. This is your misconception. The young demonic leopard isn't dead. It's only in a deep sleep. If you take the young demonic leopard away, it won't be able to live. But if the young demonic leopard's corpse is left with the old demonic leopard, it can awaken the young demonic leopard's soul and revive it. The despair in Spirit Devouring Rat's eyes deepened. It's over, it's really over this time. There won't be a place for you in the entire ancient battlefield. But it's a place for us, and of course it includes you. Tyrant emphasized, just as Spirit Devouring Rat had guessed. After completely losing track of the two, the old demonic leopard gave up on pursuing them. It used a special method to awaken the young demonic leopard's dormant soul. The young demonic leopard slowly woke up, and its eyes slowly opened. It then saw the old demonic leopard beside it. Father, did you save me? Chapter 505. That finger bone was both mysterious and powerful. Back then, the old demonic leopard had risked its life to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield and narrowly escaped death to obtain it. Its compatibility with the finger bone wasn't high, but it had relied on the power of the finger bone to sweep through all its opponents and become the king of this region. Now, it didn't need the finger bone to find a worthy opponent, so it passed it to the little demonic leopard. The little demonic leopard didn't disappoint it. Its compatibility with the finger bone was very high. Sooner or later, It would be able to display the bone's true power and become the king of this generation. It was very likely that it would be able to enter the depths of the ancient battlefield with it. But today the bone was lost. This wasn't a problem of compatibility, but that the little demonic leopard had only fused with the bone for a short period of time. Otherwise, the bone wouldn't have left its body even if it was just sleeping. On this day, dozens of mountains exploded. The old demonic leopard's roar was like thousands of claps of thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Humans, I want all of you dead. The old demonic leopard had completely unleashed its might. The humans in this region began to suffer. When a king was enraged, corpses littered the land. Numerous ancient beasts moved out and began to encircle and annihilate the humans. The first to suffer were Z, Chen, and Tyrant. The old demonic leopard naturally couldn't let the main culprits go. Moreover, it wanted to kill them personally and take back the finger bone. Father, I'll go with you. After waking up, the little demonic leopard bathed in green light. Its injuries were recovering at a visible rate. Good. You've undergone another transformation in your sleep, and your strength has increased a lot. Come with me. When we capture them, I'll hand them over to you. The old demonic leopard nodded. No, Father. I want to kill them personally. These two despicable humans aren't strong. My strength has increased, so I'll naturally be able to kill them. The little demonic leopard was very stubborn. Good, as expected of my son. You have guts. The old demonic leopard was very satisfied with the little demonic leopard's performance. The big and small demonic leopards were already on their way, surging with killing intent. Wherever they passed, other ancient beasts would avoid them. Zi-Chun and Tyrant didn't conceal their auras because they were in a hurry. The big and small demonic leopards chased after them. In the nest of the spirit-devouring rats, the old demonic leopard was still seriously explaining the pros and cons of taking the finger bone for Zi-Chun and Tyrant. This finger bone can't be left behind. It's a disaster. The spirit-devouring rat's small eyes widened in excitement. Originally, the old demonic leopard didn't want to pay attention to you and wouldn't bully you. But now that you have taken away the finger bone, it is equivalent to taking away half of its life. Even if it has to go to the ends of the earth, it will still kill you and take back the finger bone. This is a scourge. You must not keep it on your body. The spirit-devouring rat emphasized again. The problem is that the finger bone is already here. Zi-Chin looked at the spirit-devouring rat and said, Could it be that we can avoid death if we hand over the finger bone now and respectfully apologize to it? The spirit-devouring rat's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, That possibility is very small. It wants to swallow you. If you go rashly, even if you take the initiative to apologize, you will still die. That's more like it. Since it's going to die anyway, why don't I refine it? Zi-Chin spoke and was about to refine it. The monk and the spirit-devouring mouse were astounded. Wait, let me think of a way. This is a scourge, the source of all evil. After pondering for a moment, the spirit-devouring rat sighed and said, There are only two paths. One is that you throw away the finger bone and we immediately run away. But the finger bone might be picked up by other ancient beasts, but this has nothing to do with us. But once we meet the old devil leopard, we will definitely die. What about the second path? The second path. The spirit-devouring rat put on a righteous expression and said, That is to give the finger bone to me. I will give it to the old devil leopard and then risk my life to resolve this grudge. At most, I will die. Anyway, after the old devil leopard takes the finger bone, it will not find trouble with you. After saying this righteous and touching sentence, the spirit-devouring rat thought that the other party would be very moved, who knew that what it saw was Zi-Chen's increasingly strange expression, and then the other party looked at the monk. Why are you looking at me? It's this wastrel and black-hearted thing's rotten idea, not me. The monk glared. Before this, his gaze was fixed on the finger bone in Zi-Chen's hand. What do you mean, black-hearted? I am not greedy for this finger bone. I just want to help you. Who asked us to be friends? The spirit-devouring rat said unhappily, I found that you two really have some similarities, as if you were carved from the same mold. Zichen suddenly laughed. Nonsense, Zichen, don't insult people. Do you think I am similar to a dead rat? The monk said angrily, Bah, my lord is a spirit-devouring rat, the one and only in the world, the king of a generation. Are you not those rats? The spirit-devouring rat retorted, I am saying that your characters are very similar. Both of you are so greedy and will do anything to achieve your goals. You are an alarmist. Zichen explained, Zichen, you are insulting me. To think that we went through fire and water together. To think that we are good brothers. Human, I am thinking for you. Don't be ungrateful. I am purely sacrificing myself to save others. The man and the rat were both dissatisfied. One of them stared at the other with wide eyes. Demonic ape, are they greedy enough? Zichen turned to look at the demonic ape guarding the cave entrance. Ga. The demonic ape sneered and said, Each one is greedier than the other. Their hearts are not right. One said that I was a great sin and wanted to take me away to hell. The other one was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness, taking the finger bone and leaving, sacrificing himself for others. Hee, what are they if not the same mold? Perhaps they were brothers in their previous lives? Bah! Zichen, demon ape, don't slander me. It's the dead rat who's lying to you, not me, the monk said angrily. However, he couldn't hide his embarrassment after being exposed. You are going too far. This is blasphemy to my soul. I just sincerely want to help you. The spirit-devouring rat was still quibbling, its small eyes full of grievance. Ga, little thing, your sincerity has been eaten by dogs. You wanted to trick us before, but now you are putting on a righteous appearance. Even ghosts won't believe you. The demonic ape's red eyes were full of ridicule. Look at you. Your eyeballs are about to pop out, and your saliva is about to fall to the ground. Zichen curled his lips in disdain. Then his right hand that was holding the finger bone suddenly loosened. No. The spirit-devouring rat hurriedly touched its chin with its claws, looking guilty. As for the monk, he cried out in alarm and was about to catch the finger bone that Zichen had let go. Unfortunately, the finger bone did not fall. Instead, the moment Zichen let go, it once again released a brilliant light and fused with Zichen's middle finger. Ah, you dare to steal my thing. Seeing that Zichen was fusing with the finger bone, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes instantly turned red. This was a true treasure, priceless. It immediately screamed and rushed toward Zichen. In midair, it had already opened its small mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, ready to bite off Zichen's finger. Bang! A pitch-black shadow of a stick suddenly appeared and hit the spirit-devouring rat's mouth. The latter was directly sent flying, letting out a scream. Its mouth full of teeth were almost knocked out. Little guy, if you don't want to die, you'd better behave yourself. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of the monster ape's mouth, and the red light in its eyes became even brighter. You're lucky. Next time, if there's anything, it should be mine. No, this time it should be you. You can only get 30%, not 20%. The monk was very dissatisfied. He muttered in a low voice, but he did not go forward to snatch it. The dried bone fused with the middle finger. Zichen's entire middle finger was glowing, and the bright light carried a terrifying aura. This aura was extremely dangerous. The monk and the spirit-devouring rat could not help but retreat. Now the monk and the rat were sure that the sudden increase in the little demonic leopard's combat strength and its ability to shatter the elixir weapon was because of this finger bone. I'm looking forward to it. It can even shatter the elixir weapon. The monk's eyes were filled with anticipation. He muttered again, This way it won't need the elixir weapon anymore. The 2 elixir weapons in the spiritual ring will be mine. Chin, who had fused with the finger bone, had a painful expression on his face. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. He felt that his entire middle finger was shattered by a terrifying force, and then this force tried to repair it, repair, then shatter, and so on. Cold sweat dripped from Chen's forehead. This unimaginable pain was even worse than the heavenly thunder tribulations in the past. At this moment, Chen had the urge to cut off this finger immediately to end the pain once and for all. It's very painful, right? Then just give up on the fusion. If you give up, the pain will be reduced instantly. Oh no, the old demonic leopard is coming. We have to go quickly. Seeing Chen in pain, the spirit-devouring rat kept talking, trying to disturb him. Shut up. Following that, the demonic ape roared. Inside the cave, shadows of pitch-black staffs flashed. Banging sounds echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave to tremble. The spirit-devouring rat was surrounded by a black light, and it couldn't move at all. Its small eyes were filled with fear as it allowed the demonic ape to hit it again and again. After dozens of hits, the other party's eyes widened. It was actually knocked out and fell straight down. The pain on Chen's face didn't lessen. His finger bone was still recovering and shattering repeatedly, and the light it emitted was even more intense. It was as if there was an external object that was trying to squeeze into his small bone, and it was forcing its way in, regardless of the consequences. Such pain gave him the urge to roar out loud, but he forcibly stopped himself. His veins bulged out like small snakes, looking very ferocious. Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Seeing this, the monk put his palms together and chanted sutras. His body emitted a faint golden light, like an enlightened monk, relieving Chen of his mortal pain. After an unknown period of time, the heart-palpitating aura in the cave disappeared, and the finger that was emitting a bright light also slowly disappeared. The fusion was finally completed. Chen's pain disappeared, but his clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and he was exhausted. Chapter 506. Oh no, how did I fall asleep? The spirit-devouring rat crawled up from the ground and screamed. Immediately after, it felt a splitting headache. You hit me! The spirit-devouring rat roared at the demonic ape and turned to look at the exhausted Chen again. That finger bone, you actually fused with it. Just as it said those words, the spirit-devouring rat's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. Chen also felt a terrifying aura approaching, accompanied by a strong killing intent. Oh no! The monk also felt it and exclaimed, Run, they're catching up! The spirit-devouring rat cried out. The demonic ape turned into a black light and disappeared. Chen was still very tired after fusing with the finger bone, but he took out a jade bottle and swallowed 2 drops of liquefied yuan. A strong spiritual power spread in his body. His exhaustion was swept away, and his body was filled with energy again. There was actually a secret passage in the 2-meter deep hole. The spirit-devouring rat instantly drilled in. The secret passage was 1 meter long, and Chen and the others could also pass through it. The 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the nest of the spirit-devouring rat instantly exploded. Rocks flew everywhere and energy surged. The little demonic leopard's figure appeared. Its cold eyes swept around, and finally, its cold gaze fixed on the secret passage. With a burst of energy, the entire secret passage exploded again. The little demonic leopard turned into a ray of light and instantly rushed in. With its huge body, it began to charge into the secret passage in an almost barbaric way. Its whole body glowed, and it directly smashed the 1-meter-long secret passage several meters wide, moving forward in a straight line. However, after chasing for a while, the little demonic leopard was dumbfounded. In front of it, Several more secret passages appeared, crisscrossing and extending in all directions, like an underground maze. The most hateful thing was that in every secret passage, there was the aura of humans, as if they had walked into all the secret passages at the same time. Roar! The little demonic leopard let out a sky-shaking roar. Its body flashed with green light, and a huge tornado appeared, sweeping in all directions. One by one, the secret passages began to collapse, and the tornado spread in all directions, making rumbling sounds. The reddish-brown ground was very tough, and even though the little devil leopard was powerful, it was starting to feel the strain. Keep going forward. Just as the little magic leopard was about to lose its patience, it heard its father's voice. It turned into a streak of green light and advanced in a straight line. Zichin and the monk thought that they had used their clones to get rid of the other party. However, before they could celebrate, the roar of the little magic leopard sounded from behind them. Hey, can't you run a little faster? They're about to catch up, the monk urged. Without waiting for the spirit-devouring rats to speak, their hiding place suddenly exploded. A crazy surge of energy surged, and the figures of several people appeared. Human! A cold voice rang out. The two of them looked up and saw the little demonic leopard standing in the air. Its body was surging with murderous intent. Its huge head was raised high with its nostrils pointing downwards. Its cold eyes looked down at the two of them, and it displayed an arrogant posture. Zichin and the monk were both surprised to see the little demonic leopard in the air. But soon, this surprise was replaced by shock. It's you! You're still alive? Zichin pretended to be shocked, and the little demonic leopard's pride was instantly satisfied. It said proudly, Human, do you really think you can kill me? Stop dreaming. I'm just pretending to be asleep so that I can transform again. You didn't die, and you even transformed. The monk's eyes widened in shock. Haha! The little demonic leopard's laughter shook the sky. It was very satisfied with the two humans' ignorant and shocked expressions. Hey, rat, so you're the one behind all this? The little demonic leopard's gaze suddenly swept toward the spirit-devouring rats. No, it's not me. I'm also a victim. They came to rob me. We didn't know each other before. The spirit-devouring rats hurriedly explained and begged. It's all because of these two despicable humans. We're both ancient beasts. I hope Lord Demonic Leopard can help me. These two despicable humans stole all my wealth. Bah! You're a rat and I'm an ancient beast. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. Don't mention us to me. You're also not a good thing. All you do is steal. Today you'll die together. The little demonic leopard said coldly. When the spirit-devouring rats heard this, its originally snow-white face became even paler. Its pair of small eyes were also replaced by fear. What's going on? While pretending to be shocked, Zichin and the monk were also transmitting their voices. The little demonic leopard is so arrogant. The old man should be nearby, but he didn't appear. He probably wants this little thing to kill us personally. Zichin transmitted his voice and simply analyzed. Naturally, the two of them couldn't be shocked all the time. That would be too fake. After being shocked for a while, the two of them were terrified. The monk's expression was the most genuine. He said in fear, You're actually not dead? Then what are you doing here? Ha ha, stupid human. Now you know fear? The little demonic leopard laughed again. Its voice shook the sky as it shouted, but it's useless to be afraid. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. Seeing the two humans and a rat trembling in fear, the little demonic leopard's mood was extremely good. Humans, don't worry. As a future king, I won't let my father do anything. Your lives will be ended by me. Now let's fight again. It's a battle of life and death. The three of you can come together, the little demonic leopard said proudly. Unexpectedly, as soon as its voice fell, the humans who in its eyes were bound to die actually chose to run away. Like a stream of light, they instantly displayed their extreme speed. Despicable humans, stop right there! The little demonic leopard shouted and chased them again. One chased while the other chased. Both of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. The void began to tremble. The old demonic leopard appeared in the air. Its gaze was fixed on the place where the little demonic leopard disappeared. It had promised the little demonic leopard and didn't directly attack. Looking at the frightened look on the human's face, he shouldn't be strong. My son shouldn't be in danger. The old demonic leopard muttered, but still followed. Stop! Fight with me! The little demonic leopard's shouts could be heard constantly in the chase. But how could the two of them stop? They only felt that they were too slow and couldn't wait to run away. During this time, Tyrant was also constantly urging the spirit-devouring rat to find a safe place. Didn't I just pick up a piece of broken bone? At worst, I'll just return it to you. You're not dead, so what's the big deal? Zi-Chin said with dissatisfaction as he fled. Of course, his voice was filled with fear. This was because he had already sensed that the little demonic leopard's thoughts were somewhat abnormal. As for its intelligence, it was even weaker. Hearing the sound of broken bone, the little demonic leopard's nose was about to become crooked from anger. This was a set of treasured bones that possessed inconceivable power. Its original goal was to kill the humans and take back the treasured bones. But now that it heard Zi-Chen's words, the arrogant little demonic leopard naturally couldn't admit that it had come for the broken bones. Thus it shouted, "Human, what do you take this king for? Since you've obtained it, it's yours. Even if it's just a broken bone, it's still yours." Just as Zi-Chen was wondering what the little demonic leopard's intentions were, he heard the other party shout again. "However, you stole the item from me, so I will fight you again. If you lose, leave your life and broken bones behind. If you win, you can leave on your own." This idiot is really conceited. Zi-Chin couldn't help but curse when he heard it. The old demonic leopard might be nearby. Naturally, they wouldn't be so foolish as to spar with it. Now, the only thing they could rely on was that the old demonic leopard hadn't killed them yet. They could take advantage of this gap to escape from the little demonic leopard's pursuit. Die! Who knew that at this moment, the little demonic leopard would actually charge forward and display a fierce attack. This time, it directly attacked Tyrant, its eyes filled with coldness. Uft! Tyrant cooperated very well. He directly coughed out blood and flew backwards with a face full of shock. You actually became so strong?" As his voice fell, Tyrant coughed out blood again. But after vomiting blood, Tyrant's speed became even faster, as if his soul was burning. "Haha, all of you can die." The little demonic leopard laughed arrogantly, once again displaying its powerful battle strength. This time, it sent Zi-Chin and the spirit-devouring rat flying again. Zi-Chin had a defensive soft armor, but his face was still red with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He fled in a sorry state with a frightened expression. As for the spirit-devouring rat, it let out a blood-curdling scream and disappeared in a puff of smoke. "None of you can escape." The little demonic leopard continued to shout, its cold eyes filled with confidence. In its view, after its hibernation, its strength had greatly increased. The two humans were no longer its match. In the dark, the old demonic leopard also saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction. With its eyesight as the king of a generation, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. Even if they joined hands, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the little demonic leopard. "Fine, I'll let it use this battle to regain its confidence," the old demonic leopard thought to itself. It gradually slowed down, but it was still within its control. The old demonic leopard didn't know that the two humans had outstanding acting skills, and their perception was incomparable to that of an adult. As soon as it slowed down, it was sensed by the two. "Let's go." The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. In the next moment, they sped up again, as if they were burning their soul power, and began to flee frantically. "Run quickly! This powerful king ancient beast is about to catch up." While running away, the monk cooperated and shouted out the word king. He deliberately emphasized the word king. This made the little demonic leopard behind him feel very comfortable. But in the midst of this comfort, the humans had already disappeared. However, the little demonic leopard wasn't in a hurry. As long as they were in the ancient battlefield, they wouldn't be able to escape. After successfully escaping from the little demonic leopard, the monk suddenly screamed, "Not good! How could this be? What's wrong?" Zi Chen turned his head. The spiritual energy of the ancient beast's blood essence is actually dissipating. Even the jade bottle can't seal it. The monk screamed with heart-wrenching pain. "What? Let me see." Hearing that there was a problem with the ancient beast's blood essence, Zi Chen's expression instantly changed. Look, the monk took out a bottle of ancient beast's blood. Indeed, they could see that the spiritual energy within was slowly dissipating. It couldn't be blocked or sealed. Damn it! Why did you only tell me about such an important matter now? Give it to me. Zi Chen was furious and snatched the jade bottle. In the next moment, a purple gold gourd appeared. As the lid of the gourd opened, a psychedelic light emitted and directly absorbed the jade bottle. "Why aren't you taking out the rest?" Zi Chen shouted. The monk hurriedly nodded and took out the rest of the blood essence, as well as other things from the ancient beast's body. When the spirit-devouring rat saw the purple gold gourd, its eyes shone brightly again. P.S. Someone's wish is about to be shattered after reading the following paragraph. You're tuning in to the Thunderous YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.